Thanks, everyone. We're going to get started. Calling our hearing to order. Good morning. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being here this morning. I'm Jay Griffin, Chair of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, and with me today virtually are Commissioner Jennifer Potter, Commissioner Leo Asuncion. This is an evidentiary hearing for the Public Utilities Commission docket number 2017-0122, which involves the Commission's review of Hawaii Electric Light's application for approval of a power purchase agreement with Hu Honua, filed on May 9th, 2017. This is not a public hearing. The Commission is here to receive evidence from the parties and participants to this docket and will issue a written decision following this hearing and the post-hearing briefing. I would like to also first introduce our Commission staff with us here today. We have Chief Counsel Caroline Ishida, Supervising Attorney Mark Kayetsu, Chief of Policy and Research Dave Parsons, Supervising Utility Analyst Clary Schaefer, Commission Economist Daniel Park, Utility Analyst Ashley Norman, Economist Pete Polanski, our Acting Chief Engineer Gina Yee, and our IT Guru Dave Takashima. Can we please have appearances for the parties and participants representatives, beginning with Hawaii Electric Light.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and Commission staff. My name is Joe Stewart. I'm here along with Co-Counsel Marissa Owens on behalf of applicant Hawaii Electric Light.
Thank you. Now followed by Consumer Advocate.
Good morning, Chair. This is Mickey Knox, representing the Consumer Advocate's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Next, Hu Honua.
Counsel, Mr. Scott. Sorry, Chair. I do have co-counsel. He may be on at some points. Our supervising attorney, Scott Boone.
Sorry, Mr. Knox, cut you off. Thank you. Now, Hu Honua.
Good morning, Chair. Will Yamamoto on behalf of Hu Honua Bioenergy, LLC. I'm here with co-counsel Jesse Smith and Bruce Voss.
Thank you. And Tahiri Power. Oh, sorry. First, Life of the Land.
Aloha, Henry Curtis and Cap Brady for Life of Land, honoring March 1 Women's History Month and Mother Earth. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. And Tahiri Power.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Griffin, Commissioners Sandy Wong on behalf of Tahiri Power. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. In recognition of the emergency proclamations in place related to the COVID-19 pandemic, this hearing is being held virtually through WebEx. The Commission previously provided the parties and participants with an opportunity to test WebEx before the pre-hearing conference on January 14, 2022, which was held through WebEx, and again on January 18th, 2022 during an open WebEx test session. The Commission has also provided the parties and participants with procedures for troubleshooting any technical issues that may arise during the hearing, which was also reviewed at the pre-hearing conference. We appreciate everyone's cooperation and understanding as we adjust to the virtual nature of our forum here. Mr. Parsons will be hosting the WebEx hearing. It will be the point person for any technical issues you encounter. In case you have technical difficulties, please follow the procedures for addressing technical difficulties at hearing that were sent to you. As noted in that document, should it become necessary, you can contact Mr. Parsons by calling the dedicated phone line the Commission has set up to address any problems. Mr. Parsons will be assisted by the Commission IT staff, who may ask to work with you offline to resolve any technical problems you have. To facilitate a timely start to the hearing, the Commission opened the WebEx at 8:30 this morning. Thank you all for showing up on time. We'll do so for each day of the hearing and allow us to test all of our setups and address any technical problems prior to our prompt start at 9 a.m. We'll be taking breaks in the proceeding at the discretion of the presiding officer, as well as we intend to have about a 1-hour break between approximately noon to 1 p.m. Hearing schedule is scheduled to adjourn for the day at 4:30. That being said, lunch breaks and end times will be subject to the discretion of the presiding officer. As noted in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order, the provisions set forth in that order shall govern the hearing and post-hearing schedule. As noted in the pre-hearing conference order, there'll be no opening statements or direct examination by the parties and participants. Instead, the parties and participants had the opportunity to file pre-hearing statements of position, which are publicly available on the Commission's document management system. Commission is recording this hearing and is making it publicly available on YouTube. Following the conclusion of the hearing, the Commission will confirm the availability of this recording on YouTube and notify the parties and participants via letter filed in the docket. As noted in the pre-hearing conference order, filing of this notice regarding the hearing recording will begin to toll the deadline for filing post-hearing briefings. It is critical for those listening via the live stream as well as those who listen to the recording to be able to hear clearly what each participant is saying. Disruptions which interfere with the clear recording, I'm going to have to ask to excuse you or mute your mic. So please do your best to keep any background noise out of the recording. Commission reiterates a strong preference to not close any portion of the evidentiary hearing from the public, to require temporary suspension of the live streaming on YouTube. Accordingly, the Commission does not intend to close any portion of this hearing unless pursuant to Oahu Publications, Inc. versus On meets 3 tests. The closure serves a compelling interest. There's substantial probability that in the absence of closure, this compelling interest would be harmed, and there are no alternatives that would adequately protect the compelling interest. If it becomes necessary to close a portion of the hearing, the Commission has prepared steps to temporarily suspend the YouTube live stream, and if necessary, due to the presence of restricted information, exclude certain participants from the main WebEx hearing room until the closed portion is concluded. Thereafter, any excluded participants will be brought back into the main WebEx hearing room, and the live stream will be unsuspended before resuming the public portion of the hearing. Any closed portions will be recorded separately and provided as a supplement to the public recording that will be made available. Further details regarding citing to any closed portions of the hearing and post-hearing briefing will be provided at the close of the hearing. I just want to take this opportunity to reiterate, it is our strong preference not to close any portions of this hearing. So please, we'll follow those procedures. Reminder to hearing participants. As a reminder to examiners and witnesses, please speak slowly and clearly. Please respond to questions verbally so that the recording can capture your response. Please avoid talking over or interrupting each other so that all questions and responses can be clearly heard by the commissioners, commission staff, the other parties and participants, and those listening over the live stream. In certain instances, I may ask hearing participants to repeat their questions or responses more clearly or ask them to spell out names or terms. Okay, so let's quickly go over the examination order. The order of witness examination shall be the following. We start with Hawaii Electric Light's witnesses, and for each of their witnesses, start with cross-examination by the consumer advocate, Hu Honua, Life of the Land, Tahiri Power, commission staff, and then questions from the commission. For Hu Honua's witnesses, start with cross-examination by Hawaii Electric Light, then the consumer advocate, Life of the Land, Tahiri Power, then commission staff, and questions from the commission. For the consumer advocate's witnesses, start with cross-examination by Hawaii Electric Light, then Hu Honua, Life of the Land, Tahiri Power, then commission staff, and questions from the commission. For Life of the Land's witnesses, cross-examination starts with Hawaii Electric Light, the consumer advocate, Hu Honua, Tahiri Power, commission staff, and then the commission. For Tahiri Power's witnesses, we start with cross-examination by Hawaii Electric Light, consumer advocate, Hu Honua, Life of the Land, commission staff, and then the commission. As stated at the pre-hearing conference, opportunity for redirect examination and recross examination shall be requested orally during the hearing and is subject to the presiding officer's discretion. Further, friendly, cumulative, or repetitive cross-examination is prohibited. With that, we'll now begin with direct examination of Hawaii Electric Light's first witness. Will Rebecca Dehoff Matsushima please identify herself?
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. I'm going to proceed with administering the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll begin with cross-examination from the consumer advocate.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Dehoff Matsushima. How are you?
Good morning.
Just to start, I wanted to clarify some things with you about issue number 3 in pricing. Your direct testimony covers the PPA and Hu Honua's request for preferential rates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does your direct testimony also cover the application filed on May 9th, 2017, the original application in this docket?
Yes, to the extent it covers those categories.
Okay, thank you. Would you please look at your direct testimony at the bottom of page 22, line 20, but then the answer to that spills on to page 23.
Okay.
Okay. Would you please read that that one Q&A at the bottom of page 22, answered on page 23?
Question, does the company's application include a statement of agreement regarding the reasonableness of the pricing requested by seller? Answer, no, as set forth in DNO 33945, the company does not express an opinion regarding the reasonableness of the rates requested and submits them to the commission for determination.
Thank you. Do you agree that the applicants generally bear the burden of proof to gain approvals in commission proceedings?
Yes.
Beyond verifying that Hu Honua has made a bona fide request for preferential rates, is Hawaii Electric Light offering any evidence or arguments that the preferential rates requested by Hu Honua are reasonable and should be approved?
No, we are not, as stated in my testimony. Our understanding of the statute is that that determination is to be made by the Public Utilities Commission, and the company's only role is to determine if a bona fide request has been made, to submit that to the commission for the commission's determination.
Okay. So is your understanding that Hu Honua is solely bearing the burden of proof for approval of the preferential rates?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that original application filed on May 9th, 2017?
Just 1 second.
Sure. Take your time, please.
You said the May 9th, 2017?
Yes, the first application originally filed in this docket.
Yes.
Okay. I want to cross-reference something for you. In Hu Honua's response to CA Hu Honua IR 124G, it asserts that, quote, the A&R PPA rate has already been agreed to by Helco and Hu Honua. But in the application at 2, doesn't Hawaii Electric Light state that it and Hu Honua had agreed on all of the terms of the A&R PPA except for the contract price?
That's correct. We say the parties have negotiated and agreed upon all terms set forth in the amended and restated PPA, except for the capacity charge and energy charge, collectively the contract price.
Okay. So would you agree or disagree with Hu Honua's statement that the A&R PPA rate has been agreed to by Helco and Hu Honua?
I would disagree with that statement.
Thank you. Since the conclusion of written discovery between the parties, have Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua discussed any further about Hu Honua's proposed plan to sell energy directly to a third party for hydrogen production?
No, we have not.
Okay. Have Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua further discussed what parts of the A&R PPA may need to be amended to allow for the proposed arrangement?
No, we have not.
Just 2 more on this. Have Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua discussed how revenues from third-party sales should affect Hu Honua's request for preferential rates?
No, we have not.
Okay, and my last question on this, have Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua further discussed if a commission-approved tariff might be necessary for the proposed hydrogen sales?
No, we have not.
Thank you, thank you. Would Hawaii Electric Light consider making or agreeing to a commitment to the early retirements of the Hill 5 and 6 and Puna steam generation units if doing so would improve the economic and reliability cases for bringing Hu Honua onto Hawaii Electric Light's grid?
Can you clarify, do you mean would we agree to that now prior to Hu Honua going into service? Is that your question?
Yes, would you agree to that before a commission determination, or would you make that offer as a commitment?
No, I don't think that would be prudent to our customers. We have an obligation to serve, and so we would want to make sure, once we retire a unit, that means we're not bringing that unit back into service. I think our analysis shows that we don't intend to run units once Hu Honua is up and running, but to make a determination of retirement prior to having a replacement generation in service and up and running and tested would not be prudent for our customers.
Okay, thank you. Would you please update us on the status of Phase 1 and Phase 2 renewable dispatchable PPA projects on Hawaii Island?
So there's 2 projects that remain from the Stage 1 and Stage 2 projects. They are currently both going through the engineering design and start of construction phases for those projects. Is there something specific regarding those that you would?
Sure. I have some follow-up questions. Which of those are Phase 1 and which are Phase 2? If you know.
Yes, I believe the Halikua-Vehi project is a Phase 1 project, I believe, and the as well as the AES Waikoloa project. I'm sorry, I can check that really quick, Nikki, if you just give me 1 second.
Please go ahead. Sure.
Yes, both of them are Stage 1.
Okay, thank you. How many of those projects have indicated serious delays or risk of termination?
The AES Waikoloa Solar project has indicated potential delays related to the importation of its solar panels.
Okay. And do you know how many megawatts that one is?
That project is a 30-megawatt facility.
Okay. Has that project, or has either of the projects inquired with Hawaii Electric Light about amending their PPA price to raise their prices?
Sorry, I was not prepared to speak to these projects here today, but we just filed a report with the Commission in docket number 2021-0024 last week, February 18th, regarding the status of each of these projects, which would provide the most up-to-date information on those projects. The AES Waikoloa project has, as indicated, I'm just trying to make sure what I'm saying is public.
Sure.
So I'm looking at our
Thank you.
publicly filed reports there. The
Sure.
AES project Waikoloa has requested an increase in their lump sum payment and unit price and an adjustment to their GCOD based on a force majeure claim.
Okay. And can you say by how much the price increases? The request, that is.
No, I cannot say at this time.
Okay. My last line of questions. Do you oversee resource acquisition for the Hawaiian Electric companies?
Yes.
So could you answer questions about future resource acquisitions on Hawaii Island, even if it's in reference to some information in Robert O. Enton's Exhibit 301?
It would depend on the question. I can't say for certain without knowing.
Sorry. Sure. Okay, so in Exhibit Helco 301, it shows generic resources for wind and geothermal out in later years. And so I wanted to ask you about your knowledge regarding the ability to site large wind and geothermal projects on Hawaii Island. Does Hawaii Electric Light feel confident about that?
About the ability to site future wind and geothermal projects?
Yes.
The question?
Yes.
I believe that there is land available on Hawaii Island, but it's up to the developers to choose their sites. So it would be for the developers to say, but I don't know of anything that precludes the siting of additional resources at this time on Hawaii Island.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any market forecasts on the pricing for wind and geothermal resources, whether they are expected to go up or down from the current rates?
Not readily available to reference today.
Sure. Okay, I think that's all my questions for this witness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Knox. Next up in the order is Hu Honua.
Morning, Ms. Deha Matsushima.
Good morning.
What is your position within Hawaiian Electric?
Vice President of Resource Procurement.
As Vice President of Resource Procurement, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the procurement of renewable energy, storage, and other procurement such as non-wire alternatives for Hawaiian Electric, Maui Electric, and Hawaii Electric Light and the 5 islands that we serve.
So would it be correct to say that you have to be with Hawaiian Electric's renewable energy development plans?
I'm sorry, well, you cut out a little bit at the beginning. Could you repeat your question?
Sorry about that. So would it be correct to say that you have familiarity with Hawaiian Electric's renewable energy development plans?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the amended PPA with respect to Hu Honua Bioenergy LLC?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the potential impacts that the amended PPA may have on the Helco system?
Yes,
And in addition to your written testimony that you provided, did you also sponsor information requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay, I'd like to turn your attention to one of your responses it would be to your response to PUC Helco IR 17A. And we can share that on our side. Getting some assistance here to share the screen. Okay, Ms. Dehak Matsushima, do you see PUC Helco IR 17?
I do, but I don't believe I was a sponsor to this IR.
Yeah, I was just going to object on that point.
Yeah, I don't see it in the list of sponsored IRs here, Mr. Yamamoto.
Okay. We can remove the exhibit then from the screen.
I believe Robert Uyenton is the sponsor for that.
Thank you.
It looks like there's two witnesses. It says Karen Kimura and Mr. Uenton.
Thank you. I will reserve my questions regarding that exhibit, or I'm
Just
sorry,
again
that
for reference,
response.
Mr. Yamamoto, I mean, the witness list and the sponsored IRs have all been filed.
And that I will
Okay.
reserve my questioning on that response to IR for Mr. Uenton. Stay of Matsushima, are you aware that Puako Solar was removed from Hawaiian Electric's modeling for the Hu Honua bill impact analysis?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Okay. And was Puako Solar originally selected by Helco as part of the Phase 2 RFP?
Yes,
Was there any other project selected by Helco as part of Phase 2 RFP?
yes.
And what happened to that project that was selected?
The that project withdrew from the process.
Okay, was that the EDF project?
Yes,
And was that project a 60 megawatt solar plus 4-hour storage project?
the EDF project.
Yes.
I believe that project was a 22 megawatt project.
Are you certain of that?
I don't have those files in front of me. Actually, no, I believe, sorry, that project may have been a 60 megawatt project.
And do you know whether Puako Solar was also a 60 megawatt project with 4-hour storage?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And both projects that were previously anticipated to eventually be on the grid are no longer moving forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did the removal of Puako Solar result in changes to Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis?
I think that question would be better answered by Robert Uyenton.
Okay, fair enough. Are you familiar with the grid needs assessment for Hawaii Island?
Can you please be more specific?
Are you familiar with whether the grid needs assessment helped to inform Hawaiian Electric's future grid resources and in turn potentially affected the grid resources that were assumed in the bill impact analysis?
I'm not sure that I fully understand your question. If you're referring to the grid needs analysis that was filed with our Stage 3 Hawaii Island RFP, I'm generally familiar with the document and its use for the Stage 3 RFP.
Okay. Given your familiarity with the grid needs assessment for the Stage 3 RFP, do you know whether or not that same grid needs assessment, which I believe was issued in July of 2021, was used in any way to help inform Hu Honua's bill impact analysis?
That question would be better answered by Robert Williamson.
Are you familiar with HELCO's integrated grid planning process?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether the integrated grid planning assumptions that currently exist today help to inform Hu Honua's bill impact analysis?
I can't say for certain whether those assumptions were used or not. Again, that would be better answered by Robert.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there are any discrepancies between the grid needs assessment and the integrated grid plan assumptions that exist today?
You're referring to the grid needs assessment that was filed as part of our Stage 3 RFP, and when you refer to integrated grid planning, what document are you referring to?
Sure. With respect to the grid needs assessment, I'm referring to the July 2021 grid needs assessment that was issued in July of 2021 for the island of Hawaii. And for the integrated grid planning assumptions, I'm referring to the active docket 2018-0165 for Hawaii Island.
That active docket has a lot of filings, and there's been active discussion on the assumptions used in that. I would, without specific site references, it's I couldn't say.
Okay. So you're not currently aware of any discrepancies, or you're not sure without having the ability to look at those two documents side by side?
I think you've only cited to one document, and then in general a docket that has many filings and other proceedings. So I'm not sure exactly what two documents we're referring to.
Okay, fair enough. Are you aware of whether the grid needs assessment issued July 2021 for the island of Hawaii assumed the termination of HEP and existing variable generation projects such as Tahiri, Pakini Nui, Wailuku River Hydro at the end of their contract terms?
I cannot remember off the top of my head, and I don't have that document in front of me. I believe there were several scenarios presented in that grid needs assessment, and I think that there might have been a scenario that included termination as well as in a scenario that included extension, but I can't remember without referring back to the document, which I don't have readily available at this time.
Okay. Are you aware that in the Hu Honua bill impact analysis, the most recent version issued November 22, 2021, that Hawaiian Electric provided a resource plan that informed their assumptions for their production simulation that indicated that HEP, Tahiri, Pakini Nui, and Wailuku River Hydro contracts would be extended?
Yes, in general, I'm aware.
AF Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention to your response to CA Telco IR 59A. Share the screen. I'll read the question. So in subpart A, it says on page 9, Hu Honua asserts that its facility will provide essential grid services such as megawatt generation capacity, dynamic VAR support, inertia support, fault current support, and primary frequency response. Please confirm that it is Hawaiian Electric Light's assessment that each of the identified grid services will be provided. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Down to subpart A for the response. So in your response, it says that Hawaii Electric Light anticipates the Hu Honua facility will supply grid services, including generation capacity, VAR support, inertia, short circuit current, frequency response, reserves, and ramping capability. Do you see that?
I do.
So my question is, do you know whether inverter-based resources, such as solar and battery storage, can provide those same grid services?
Inverter-based resources paired with solar can provide some of these resources, but not all of them. And I believe we have an answer to a different CAIR that describes the difference between inverter-based resources and synchronous generators.
Okay. Do you know whether inverter-based resources can provide true inertial response?
My understanding is that they cannot, but Lisa Dingelmeyer could provide a more detailed technical description of that.
Thank you. Are you aware of whether inverter-based resources can provide short circuit current?
You know, I'd have to defer to Lisa on that capability. I don't, or if you have that CAIR handy, I forget the number, I could go back and reference that. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you agree that the lack of any one of these grid services could potentially reduce the reliability of the grid?
If they were not available from any resource on the grid, yes, I agree. I mean, these are all needed to support the reliability of the grid.
Ms. Deha Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention to your response to PUC Telco IR 22A. We'll share our screen. So I'll read the question. Subpart A asks if Hu Honua's project's LCOE, which stands for levelized cost of energy, should not be compared against other renewable projects such as solar plus storage projects. What projects are reasonable to compare features such as the LCOE with Hu Honua? You see that?
I do.
And in your response, you stated projects with similar certain attributes may be reasonable to compare features such as LCOE. Resources that could provide similar operating attributes could be combustion turbines, internal combustion engines, geothermal, biomass, or waste to energy generating resources. You also stated that, as stated in this reference, comparison between dispatchable resources and those dependent on a variable resource is generally avoided because such comparisons must be done carefully with consideration of other factors. Further, LCOE and LCOS do not capture all of the factors that contribute to actual investment decisions, making direct comparisons of LCOE and LCOS across technologies problematic and misleading as a method to assess the economic competitiveness of various generation alternatives. Do you see that?
I do.
Based on this statement, would you agree that making direct comparisons of the LCOE across different technologies could be problematic and misleading as a method to assess the economic competitiveness of various generation alternatives?
Yes.
And would you agree that biomass and solar plus storage are based on different technologies?
Yes.
And would you agree that it may not be reasonable to compare the LCOE of biomass against solar plus storage projects?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Day of Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention to your response to CA, HELCO, IR 60A.
I'm sorry, what did you say, 60A?
0A, 60A. And we'll share our screen. I'll show you the question. Subpart A says at page 9, the statement that Hu Honua will provide grid services that, quote, will help facilitate the further integration of intermittent forms of renewable energy like wind and solar into HELCO's grid without sacrificing grid stability and energy supply to ratepayers. Please discuss whether the company agrees with this assertion and provide any analyses that supports the company's response. Do you see that?
I do.
Going to the response to subpart A, it is possible that Hu Honua's grid services will help facilitate further integration of intermittent forms of renewable energy without sacrificing grid stability. However, those beneficial grid services must be considered along with the other operational impacts of the Hu Honua facility. For example, there may be times that high renewable intermittent energy supply cannot be completely taken by the system due to Hu Honua's continuous operation and minimum dispatchable load of 10 megawatts. This additional must-run generation may reduce the amount of renewable and be integrated into the grid during low net load periods. The company has not conducted an analysis in support of this response. Do you see that?
I do.
Question is, would you agree that if Hu Honua is operating at its minimum 10 megawatts, Hu Honua providing approximately 11.5 megawatts of spinning reserve and upward regulation?
I don't have the specific megawatts available, but directionally that sounds correct. I would defer to Lisa Dingelmeyer on the specifics.
Do you agree that Hu Honua would be providing spinning reserve and upward regulation?
Yes.
Would you also agree that these benefits have not been quantified by Hawaiian Electric? In this proceeding?
Can you define what you mean by quantified?
I'll restate the question. So did Hawaiian Electric quantify a value associated with Hu Honua's ability to provide spinning reserves and upward regulation in its bill impact analysis or in any evaluation of Hu Honua?
To my knowledge, we haven't assigned a specific value to those two items.
And if Hu Honua was not running at its minimum 10 megawatts, what other resource would be providing spinning reserve in place of Hu Honua? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. It would depend on the conditions of the day and what other resources were available at that time.
Would it potentially be another existing fossil fuel?
Potentially, it could be, yes.
The other fossil units operation in place of Hu Honua have the same impact of impairing high renewable intermittent energy supply?
It would depend on what the minimum load requirements are of those facilities.
Matsushima, they have Matsushima. I'd like to turn your attention to your response to CA Helco SIR 35A. We'll share our screen. So the question in subpart A asks, Helco's response to part D of CA Helco IR 62 is that capacity and energy prices are available from the PPAs for Hamakua Energy and for PGV. Please provide a comparison of the current capacity, energy, and other PPA-related variable and fixed operation and maintenance, overhaul, etc. prices for Hamakua Energy and for PGV and Hu Honua from the sources identified in the response to Part D of CA Helco IR 62. Do you see that?
I do.
Response, you stated, the capacity and energy price calculations are set forth in CA Helco IR 62 Part D and involve various inputs. Therefore, the table below shows average current pricing for Hu Honua, Hamakua Energy, and PGV. Do you see that?
I do.
And are you familiar with this table?
I am.
Okay. Table describe Hu Honua's energy rate of 9.049 cents a kilowatt hour plus O&M of 1.1 kilowatt hour.
Yes, that's what's shown.
Okay, and just to clarify here, the 1.119 shows a dollar symbol and a cents per kilowatt hour. Is that dollar symbol a typographical error?
Yes, I believe the dollar symbol is an error.
Should be removed.
Yes.
And turning your attention to the column that says Hamakua Energy, do you see that the average energy rate from January through October 2021 indicates 25.10 cents per kilowatt hour?
Yes.
Okay. They have Matsushima. I'd like to turn your attention to your response to HHB-Helco-IR 13A. We'll share our screen. So the question in subpart A asks, does the HEP PPA give HEP a unilateral option to extend the term, or would commission approval be required for a term extension? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in the response to subpart A, Hawaiian Electric or you responded no. According to the Hamakua Energy PPA, Hamakua Energy does not have a unilateral option to extend the term. However, following the end of the term, the PPA allows for automatic month-to-month extensions as long as both the company and Hamakua Energy agree and the parties are actively negotiating for the purchase of the facility or the capacity and/or net electricity energy output of the facility. Any resulting agreement would require commission approval. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so given this, why did Hawaiian Electric assume in its November 2021 bill impact analysis that HEP's term would be extended in its case plans?
The general practice, and Robert can speak to this more definitively, but our general practice is to assume that existing units do continue past their lifetime as that information is readily available and can be used versus assuming an unknown resource in the future.
Okay. Are you familiar with Hawaiian Electric's bill impact analysis performed in June of 2017 that helped to inform the PUC when the PUC approved Hu Honua's PPA?
Not intimately familiar.
Are you aware that that June 27 Hawaiian Electric bill impact analysis assumed the termination of HEP at the end of its contract term, whereas the more recent November 2021 version of the bill impact analysis does not assume the termination of HEP at the end of its contract term?
I would need to look at the documents. I don't have the specifics memorized.
Okay, I'd like to turn your attention to order number 34726 at page 33, filed on July 28, 2017. And starting with the quote, "The commission finds it reasonable and prudent to only consider applicants' economic evaluation for the HEP facility through the end of the PPA term in 2030 because these terms are known and the cost can be reasonably estimated." Do you see that?
I do.
If that's the commission's position on HEP, why then would Hawaiian Electric assume the continuation of HEP beyond 2030 for purposes of its production simulation and bill impact analysis?
Again, I'll defer to Robert on the specifics, but in general, there has to be an assumed resource beyond 2030. And so having specific terms that can be used versus an estimate or, unknown resource is one way to determine or to set reasonable parameters for the future, an unknown future.
Are you familiar with Hawaiian Electric's Renewable Portfolio Standard Status Report?
Can you give more specifics?
Are you familiar with the fact that Hawaiian Electric achieves a Renewable Portfolio Standard Status Report on an annual basis for Hawaii Island?
Yes, I'm familiar, but I'm not the author of that report.
Are you aware that in the most recent Renewable Portfolio Standard Status Report for 2021, dated February 8, 2022, that Hawaiian Electric indicated the amount of energy sold in 2021 to ratepayers for Hawaii Island?
Sorry, I don't have that report in front of me. And this question may be better directed to Chris Lao, who's our witness to discuss RPS.
Okay, well, I can show it to you, and I just wanted to ask if you're aware of it. So I'll share the screen here of the RPS. Are you familiar with this table?
I've read this, yes.
Okay, and can you see the column that identifies Hawaii Island?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see on the left side where it says total sales?
Yes.
For total sales, it indicates 1,043,783 megawatt hours was sold to ratepayers in 2021. Is that correct?
That appears correct.
Okay, and then if you look further up in the column, you can see a number of resources. They all appear to be renewable resources: geothermal, photovoltaic, and solar, hydro, wind, biofuels, and customer-sited grid-connected resources. Do you see that?
I do.
And the total of all resources adds up to about 625,891 megawatt hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that would represent the total amount of renewable energy that was generated. Is that correct?
That's what it appears, but again, I would defer to Chris Lao, who's responsible for our RPS testimony here today.
Okay. Do you know whether for customer-sited grid-connected energy, whether that is included in the total sales figure of 1,043,783?
I would defer to Chris.
So do you know in general whether Hawaiian Electric sales includes customer-sited grid-connected resources such as rooftop solar?
Again, I'll defer to Chris. I don't want to state anything incorrect, and he is our witness to cover this material. This was not part of my testimony.
I'll move on. Thank you. State of Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention to CA Helco IR 59E. Share our screen. So part E asks, if not already identified elsewhere, please identify the remaining net book value of each of the identified fossil fuel generating units that will be retired on an accelerated basis, and all other costs that the company might seek to recover as stranded investments. Please provide the support for all identified amounts. Do you see that?
I do.
And in the response to subpart E, you responded, Hawaiian Electric Light has not determined if existing fossil fuel generating can be retired on an accelerated basis if the Hu Honua project is approved, and if such accelerated retirements offer cost, reliability, and resilience benefits to customers. Do you see that?
I do.
So my question is, why hasn't HELCO determined whether existing fossil fuel generation can be retired on an accelerated basis if the Hu Honua project is approved?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the retirement of a unit is a large step to take. The utility's number one obligation is to serve our customers and ensure that when someone wants to turn their light switch on and have lights, that the electricity is there. And so determining the retirement of fossil fuel generation prior to actually having replacement generation up on the system, tested, and ensuring that it is operating and providing the benefits anticipated would not be prudent.
Has Hawaiian Electric determined whether existing fossil fuel generation can be placed on standby on an accelerated basis if the Hu Honua project is approved?
I'm not sure the answer to that question. I believe that, in our analysis, we do show that certain generation would be running much less or not be running during significant periods of time.
Okay, so Hawaiian Electric did determine that fossil generation would be reduced if Hu Honua were added to the grid, but you didn't make a determination as to the retirement or whether a fossil unit would be just placed on standby. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Hill 5, Hill 6.
I think I think if you read our IR response, we state the use of this, we refer to certain steam units. We say the use of the steam units has been driven by their low cost due to pricing of their fuel, their low dispatch limit, which displaces less alternative energy than other thermal units, and the provision of voltage regulation and inertial response in East Hawaii. It is also envisioned that these resources will transition to a standby as other resources are proven. Considering the timing of Hu Honua, which will also require a proving period before final determination of retirement, the impact of future fuel switches required for the steam units for environmental requirements will most likely be the determining factor in the retirement date. So again, I think, we envision that certain resources will transition to standby, but again, making that determination or setting any dates prior to approving period for a new generation would not be prudent.
Okay. Do you know whether Hu Honua will allow for Hill 5, Hill 6, and or Puna steam to be retired on an accelerated basis?
As I've noted, we have not determined if any of our existing units will be retired on an accelerated basis at this time.
Are you aware that in Hawaiian Electric's production simulation resource plan that in the year 2025, Hawaiian Electric has indicated the removal of Hill 5, Hill 6, and or Puna steam?
I don't have the document in front of me to confirm, but that sounds, for purposes, I would just want to note that for purposes of a resource plan, we're making certain assumptions. Those assumptions don't necessarily mean that is, we're not committing to a retirement date based on using those assumptions in our resource plan. And Robert can speak to that as well.
Okay, so is it your understanding that a removal is different from retirement?
Yes, I think, it's one thing to say that we don't envision using the resource versus completely retiring that resource and not making it available for future use if needed.
So in other words, if a unit were removed, it's possible that in later years it could be brought back to operate. Is that right?
It's possible, until we make a determination of retirement. As I mentioned, we want to be prudent. We want to ensure that we have replacement resources on the grid before we start taking the more drastic step to actually retire units and making them unavailable for future use.
And do you know whether Hu Honua helped Hawaiian Electric to make the determination that Hill 5, Hill 6, and or Puna steam could be removed from service in the years 2025 and 2027?
I can't say for certain. I would defer to Robert or Lisa Dingelmeyer on that question.
Okay. Do you know whether Hu Honua will allow for one or more fast start diesel units such as Waimea or combustion turbines such as CT1, CT2, CT3 to be retired on an accelerated basis?
Again, we haven't made the determination that any fossil fuel units can be retired on an accelerated basis at this time.
Okay. Some of the energy produced by Keohole and HEP coming from dispatch above the minimum level.
Above their minimum generating requirement?
Yes.
Do you mean today in current operation, or are you referring to a resource plan, or?
Yes, today.
Lisa Dingelmeyer, who heads our system operations team on Hawaii Island, would be best to answer that question.
Okay. Do you know what that minimum operating level is for Keohole and HEP?
Not off the top of my head, no, I do not.
If the cost of oil continues to increase, like it has been significantly over the past month, could that dispatch above the minimum level be eliminated in favor of Hu Honua dispatch? Because Hu Honua could potentially be less costly?
I can't say for certain without doing any sort of analysis and knowing what those costs are.
Will Hu Honua allow Keohole and or HEP to be dispatched less if the cost of oil continues to increase?
I think it would depend on the price of oil, the price of those units, and the economic dispatch parameters. But in general, our firm generators are dispatched economically.
Would know the answer to that question on Hawaiian Electric's team.
And Lisa or Robert could speak to that, but again, you're providing a hypothetical without any specifics. So our units are dispatched based on economic dispatch. So it's, things that is possible, but I can't say for certain that's what would happen without looking at every generator, the cost of every generator at that specific moment in time.
Of Matsushima, are you familiar with the state's policy to reduce the use of fossil generation and to replace fossil generation with renewable energy?
Yes.
And what is Hawaiian Electric doing to ensure that renewable energy is replacing fossil generation and not other renewable generation?
Can you repeat the question?
So my question is Hawaiian Electric doing anything to ensure that renewable energy would be replacing fossil generation and not other renewable generation?
I'm not sure that I fully understand your question. In general, we have run several procurements in recent years, and we have several more pending before the commission to run to purchase new renewable energy with the intent to use those to displace our fossil fuel units. However, to the extent that new renewable units were to have minimum requirements to take, those could impact the ability to take as available generation that is also renewable.
Okay. Can you explain how Hawaiian Electric is prioritizing the replacement of fossil generation?
Can you explain what you mean by prioritizing?
That if you had both renewable energy generation on the grid and fossil generation on the grid, that Hawaiian Electric would be prioritizing the reduction of fossil fuel emission wherever possible.
Yes, in general, dispatch according to our contractual requirements. So we have different contractual requirements and that require different dispatch. So we have as available renewables, which we're required to take as long as system conditions permit. Those are, for renewable facilities. We have firm generators that have minimum. In general, those are turned down to their minimums if there are other resources available. So our fossil fuel units, we would prioritize running them as needed to ensure reliability and resilience on the grid, but to take as many renewables as we can while ensuring that reliability and resilience. And Lisa, again, who runs our system operations, could speak to her practices more thoroughly.
Okay, I have some questions for you regarding economic dispatch, but before I ask those questions, I'd like to ask, if Hu Honua comes online, would Hawaiian Electric potentially dispatch fossil generation ahead of Hu Honua?
Yes, I believe that's possible, again, based on economic dispatch of the facility.
Comes online, would Hawaiian Electric potentially dispatch fossil generation ahead of other renewables existing on the grid today?
That depends on the contract terms of those renewables. We'd have to go through each contract. As I mentioned, there are requirements to take as available energy if system conditions permit. Other renewable contracts have operating requirements that have to be followed per their PPAs. So we would follow the approved contracts.
So in other words, Hawaiian Electric could dispatch fossil generation ahead of existing renewables. Is that right?
In certain situations, that's possible.
Getting to economic dispatch. So if Hawaiian Electric uses economic dispatch as a basis for fossil generation to be dispatched ahead of renewables, including new renewables such as Hu Honua, isn't that counter to the state's objective to have renewables replace fossil generation?
No, I don't believe so. As I said, we make, we try to optimize our system so that we are making use of our renewables, but we also want to ensure that we're not increasing customer bills more than is necessary and that our customers aren't seeing significant increases to their bill. So there's a delicate balance, in my opinion, of as we're moving towards 100% renewable energy, also ensuring that we're not overburdening our customers to take on that responsibility as we transition. And there may be instances where a firm generator is operating at its minimum and a renewable firm generator is operating at its minimum and a fossil fuel is being dispatched more for economic reasons. But I think, as we're transitioning to 100% renewable energy, that is something that we have to be cognizant of and ensure that we're not, like I said, raising our customer bills too unnecessarily.
State of Matsushima, are you familiar with HRS 269-6B, which is the statute that is in focus for this proceeding?
Generally, yes.
And are you familiar with the fact that it mandates that the PUC consider the approval and use of potentially higher priced renewables over fossil generation in light of the negative impacts of fossil generation, namely GHG emissions, price volatility, export of funds for fuel imports, fuel supply reliability risk?
I don't have the statutory language in front of me, but that sounds generally correct.
And so do you agree that the PUC could consider the approval of renewables higher in cost than fossil generation in light of such negative impacts? fossil generation.
Can you restate the question, Will?
Sure. Would you agree that based on this statute, the PUC could consider and has the ability to approve a higher priced renewable project than fossil generation in light of the negative impacts of fossil generation?
Yes, I believe the PUC has the authority to look at all of the impacts from a project and determine if the project is reasonable.
Earlier, you spoke to economic dispatch and Hawaiian Electric's dispatch potentially based on the economics of the pricing of various units. Is that right?
Yes.
Does Hawaiian Electric have a policy of prioritizing dispatch based on grid safety and reliability first, which takes precedence over economic dispatch?
Yes. I mean, in general, we would prioritize safety above anything else. But again, if you want to get into the specifics of our dispatch policies and how we dispatch, Lisa would really be the best person as she's the director of our system operations for Hawaii Island.
I'll ask Lisa those questions. But I also have one more question regarding this for you. So are you aware of whether Hawaiian Electric can prioritize other things ahead of economic dispatch if HELCO chooses to do so?
What do you mean by other things?
For example, for safety, for reliability, for regulatory reasons, for contractual compliance, be reasons, for example, that Hawaiian Electric would dispatch other higher price units on the grid ahead of lower priced units on the grid.
Yes, I mean, an example is the Hu Honua contract has a 10 megawatt minimum. So we would need to dispatch Hu Honua's 10 megawatts, even if it were more expensive at that minimum per the contractual requirements.
Same concept would apply to Hawaiian Electric's existing fossil fuel units as well. Is that right?
To the extent that they have minimum operating requirements, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that doing so, in other words, dispatching a higher cost unit ahead of a lower cost unit to support safety and reliability, for example, supports the state's desire to have a safe and reliable grid?
I believe that it can. I think the intent of the minimums is also to ensure that the units aren't damaged. Typically, those are set by the unit's capability of how it can run and maintain its reliability. And so we would want to ensure that those units are not damaged and that they're able to provide the services that we've contracted for.
And if the state of Hawaii has a policy to favor renewable energy over fossil generation, then why can't Hawaiian Electric also prioritize the dispatch of renewables ahead of fossil generation? Or it starts using concepts such as economic dispatch.
I think you're asking me for a legal analysis of what's allowed, and I don't think I'm qualified to provide that. But in general, I don't agree with the way you're using the state's priorities and focusing on the procurement of new renewables versus how the system is operated or what the requirements are under the law.
Okay. I didn't intend to ask you a legal question. I'm asking more of a policy and what Hawaiian Electric is willing to consider doing. I think we're all aware that the state has a policy in favor of renewable energy over fossil generation. Wouldn't you agree?
I think that the state has a policy that we need to transition to renewables, but I believe that also needs to be done responsibly, and I think the state would agree with that.
And if that was a state priority, would Hawaiian Electric consider that priority in evaluating dispatch policies?
Yeah, as I noted, I think we do consider that priority in our dispatch policies, but we also ensure that we want to maintain the reliability and the resilience of the grid, and also, as I mentioned, not unnecessarily inflate our customer bills.
Okay, earlier I had asked you about the July 2021 grid needs assessment and whether it informed the amount of energy, whether it had helped to inform the stage 3 RFP. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, the grid need, are you referring to the grid needs assessment?
I'll just ask you the question. Did Hawaiian Electric's July 2021 grid needs assessment inform the amount of energy solicited in the draft stage 3 RFP submitted in October 2021?
Yes.
And the amount of energy solicited in the stage 3 RFP at the time was 206 gigawatts of energy and 95 megawatts of capacity, correct?
Yes.
Didn't the July 2021 grid needs assessment indicate that if Hu Honua is approved, then the amount of energy and capacity needed to fulfill the energy reserve margin for East Hawaii would be reduced?
I believe that's correct.
And given that the amount of energy solicited in the draft stage 3 RFP was based on the July 2021 grid needs assessment, and given that Hu Honua's approval would reduce the need for the amount of energy needed for stage 3 RFP, does the stage 3 RFP potentially conflict with the application for approval of Hu Honua?
No, I don't believe it does. I think that we recognized the needs in the near term could be impacted if Hu Honua were approved, but if Hu Honua is approved, it would proceed, and the stage 3 RFP would proceed as well.
But if the stage 3 RFP is soliciting 206 gigawatts of energy and 95 megawatts of capacity, would all that energy and all that capacity still be needed if Hu Honua were to be approved?
Chair, I'm going to object to this whole line of inquiry. We're quite far away from the witness's testimony or IRs that she sponsored, which seems counter to the instructions of the commission and the chair in regard to what the scope of cross would be. We've obviously let quite a bit go up to this point, but I think we're getting to questions that are way beyond either the issues in the docket or this witness's prior testimony.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Yamamoto, can you explain the relevance to this particular witness's testimony and sponsored IRs?
Yes, I believe this witness is familiar with the amended PPA, as well as, in general, the bill impacts analysis that helped to inform Hawaiian Electric's evaluation of the reasonableness of Hu Honua's pricing. That bill impact analysis was informed by the July 2021 grid needs assessment, as well as the IGP, and the resources that were indicated in such grid needs assessment and the amount of capacity needed for East Hawaii are indicated in those documents. And so I'm simply asking whether Hu Honua coming online and the RFP projects being solicited are both trying to serve the same capacity needs and energy needs for Hawaii Island.
And I believe she answered that.
And I would note that the bill impact analysis was submitted by Robert Enton, Helco testimony 3, not this witness. And also that the fundamental point of the question goes towards what potential impact there may be on a stage 3 RFP, which is really not part of the scope of this. If the commission, I think she's already stated that if the commission approves this particular project goes forward, and there has to be some kind of adjustment. But determining the nature of the scope of such an adjustment to a different unrelated RFP seems far afield from what's really before the commission right now.
I think we're going to sustain the objection.
Lifeline would like to sustain the objection also.
Okay.
I'll move on. Ms. Day of Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention to CA Helco IR 58A. In subpart A, the question asks, please discuss the status of discussions between Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua regarding the company's review of Hu Honua 101. You see that?
Yes.
And in your response to subpart A, you stated, at this time, Hawaii Electric Light and Hu Honua have had only informal, high-level discussions regarding using energy above the committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts for the production, storage, and/or dispensing of hydrogen. The parties have not engaged in any negotiations regarding such use, and the company has informed Hu Honua that any exploration of the use of electricity for hydrogen production is to be done from the company's grid and not from the Hu Honua facility. Such activities would require amendments to the amended PPA. Alternatively, the company may consider the sale of energy to a third party through a separate agreement outside of the amended and restated PPA, subject to review and approval by the commission if such agreement deviates from an approved tariff. You see that?
I do.
Isn't it true that the amended PPA obligates Hu Honua to dispatch up to 21.5 megawatts of renewable energy upon Hawaiian Electric's dispatch?
That is correct.
And how will dispatching up to the 8.5 megawatts of excess energy impair Hu Honua's commitment to fulfill the 21.5 megawatts of committed capacity?
Well, to the extent that, at any time Hu Honua was dispatching more than that or didn't have a full 21.5 available, but they were using 8.5 elsewhere, that would impact our ability. Also, the terms of the contract were negotiated assuming that Hawaiian Electric was the energy rates that we would be paying and passing through directly to our customers were assuming that the contract was, the facility was being paid for through the terms of that 30-year contract. So if Hu Honua were to have a different revenue stream, then that would impact the reasonableness of the payments being made under the contract.
Do you know whether, per the terms of the PPA, whether Hawaiian Electric can unilaterally require Hu Honua to provide more than 21.5 megawatts to Hawaiian Electric?
No, we cannot.
Why would the use of electricity for hydrogen production have to be done from Hawaiian Electric's grid and not directly from the Hu Honua facility?
Excuse me, this is Life of Land. We'd like to file an objection. I thought the Department of Health sets the limit at 21.5, so we're not sure what the extra 8.5 is.
Chair or hearings officer, I think Mr. Curtis will have his opportunity to testify during this proceeding. I'd like to ask him not to interrupt.
Your objections noted, Mr. Curtis. Please proceed, Mr. Yamamoto.
I'll restate the question. Why would the use of electricity for hydrogen production have to be done from Hawaiian Electric's grid and not directly from the Hu Honua facility?
I believe that statement was intended to indicate that we believe that without an amendment to the PPA, that would be the way that such sale would need to occur.
Okay, then that leads to my next question. Why would the use of electricity for hydrogen production require an amendment to the amended PPA? Are you aware of any specific provision that would need to be amended?
Well, first of all, we're not exactly sure what Hu Honua is proposing, as they have not provided any formal proposal to the utility. So without having those specifics, I couldn't say for certain exactly what provisions would need to be amended under the amended and restated PPA. But in general, we would want to ensure that the committed capacity was being committed, that Hu Honua's sale of energy to another party wasn't prohibiting that capacity, that it wasn't changing the timeframes of when that capacity would be made available when called upon. And as I noticed, we would have significant concerns with the price of the PPA if there was a second off-taker that wasn't considered at the time that the agreement was contemplated.
No, were to provide assurances that it would be able to provide the full committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts to Hawaiian Electric during the term of the PPA. And Hu Honua does not send electricity for hydrogen production through Hawaiian Electric's point of interconnection or through its transmission lines, then why would the amended PPA have to be amended?
Again, as I mentioned, we haven't done a full analysis because we haven't been presented an actual viable plan by Hu Honua for this, describing what their intent is. So I can't say for certain without Hu Honua presenting something to us to evaluate and determine whether or not an amendment is in fact required.
Okay. Ms. Day of Matsushima, I'd like to turn your attention, actually strike that. I'd like to turn your attention to Hawaiian Electric's statement of position at page 35.
Can you pull that up, please?
Sure, we can share our screen. Okay, I'm focused on the paragraph directly below section D, customer bill impacts. And that paragraph says, consistent with the commission's direction regarding the update of the company's production simulation, the company also updated other calculations related to the project that are based on the production simulation. Specifically, the production simulation results can also be used to calculate the net present value of the revenue requirements for the base case and alternate case. A summary of system NPV is shown in Exhibit HELCO-303. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the commission's direction to update the company's production simulation was to inform the level of GHG impacts for the project?
I don't have the commission's specific direction in front of me. Is there a reference to the commission order that you want to cite to? Again, I'm not the sponsoring witness for our production simulation results.
Okay. That's actually related to my next question. Are you aware of any commission direction ordering Hawaiian Electric to use the production simulation results to prepare a net present value of the revenue requirements for the base case and alternate case, or to otherwise prepare a bill impact analysis for this proceeding?
You know, the commission directed us to update the company's production simulation. Those documents are based on the results of that production simulation. So in, you know, being directed to update the production simulation, if we didn't also update those documents, the documents that we presented would not be correct and reflect the direction of the commission. So I think it's appropriate that those documents were updated to reflect the revised production simulation.
Okay. But are you aware of whether the PUC specifically directed Hawaiian Electric to provide a bill impact analysis for this remanded proceeding?
I'm not aware of a specific direction myself, no.
Are you aware that the PUC modified the statement of issues in issue number 3 to include total costs, including energy and capacity costs?
I'm just going to make, I believe that's correct.
And that was to evaluate the reasonableness. And was that to evaluate the reasonableness of the total costs, including energy and capacity costs?
Calls for speculation as to the commission's intent. Objection.
Restate the question, Mr. Yamamoto.
Sure. Ms. Dehop Matsushima, are you aware of whether the PUC modified statement of issue number 3 such that the modified statement of issue number 3 now states, quote, whether the total costs under the amended PPA, including but not limited to the energy and capacity costs, are reasonable in light of the potential for GHG emissions?
Yes, I'm aware that that's issue number 3.
Okay. And in order to determine the reasonableness of such costs, does Hawaiian Electric have to prepare an NPV of the revenue requirements for the base case and alternate case in order to evaluate the reasonableness of such costs? Did Hawaiian Electric volunteer to prepare such information and provide it to the commission?
We would typically evaluate those NPVs and bill impacts in our determinations of whether or not energy and capacity costs are reasonable.
Do you do that in order to evaluate whether the energy costs are reasonable in light of GHG emissions?
I think we do that to determine whether the costs are reasonable in general, which would include whether they're reasonable in light of potential GHG emissions or any other benefit that the project may provide.
Would that NPV evaluation need to be performed in order to just determine the reasonableness of the costs associated with GHG emissions only?
You know, I think it's up to the commission to determine what they would believe is needed to determine the reasonableness. It's not the utility's position to determine the reasonableness here.
So that's all I have for Ms. Day of Matsushima. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go into recess for, let's call it 15 minutes. Give everyone a break, recoup, and then we're going to start up with questioning from Life of the Land. So 10:55 sharp, please. Let's all be back in the virtual hearing room. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started here very shortly.
Just when
Let's see.
we're
Let's
live.
confirm with Mr. Parsons that we have our live stream up and going.
Yep, we're ready to go.
Okay, Mr. Curtis, you ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Aloha, Ms. Dehoff, Matsushima.
Oh, wait, let me call us back to order. Sorry. Jumping the gun. Ms. DeHoff, Matsushima, you ready to go?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, let's call our hearing back to order. We'll proceed with examination by life of the land. Thank you.
I want to clear up a few statements made by Hu Honua. First, does capacity payments include compensation for spinning reserves?
The capacity and energy payments under the PPA cover all of the services that are provided by the unit. So to the extent that the unit is providing spinning reserves, the compensation is intended to be through the capacity and energy payments.
Hu Honua was talking about the high price of oil. Do you have any knowledge that the price of oil will remain high before they become online?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Has HECO shared its production simulation models with Hu Honua?
The models, I do not believe so.
Has HECO shared the economic dispatch models with Hu Honua?
I don't believe so. I believe in the docket we've provided the assumptions used in those modelings, but I don't believe the models themselves or results other than what's publicly available have been provided to Hu Honua.
Do you know if Hu Honua has their own economic dispatch model?
I'm not certain.
Do you know if Hu Honua has their own production simulation model?
I'm not certain.
Are you aware that in recent time there has been a major growth in grid forming inverters, storage, and electrification of transportation?
Yes.
Would that perhaps affect whether Hill stays online regardless of whether Hu Honua comes online?
All of our new resources will be taken into consideration when determining our future retirement, so that would be a part of the overall analysis.
Okay, state law calls for an increase in renewable energy procurement, but it doesn't inform HECO about how renewable energy should be used or that renewable energy should trump reliability, safety, or economic dispatch, correct?
That's correct.
And my
And I would
final
note that
question.
oh, go ahead.
My final question. I note that you're speaking currently for HECO, but are you also speaking for the PUC or Department of Health?
No, I am not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next is Tahiri Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Deha Matsushima. I don't think we've ever met. I'm Sandy Wong. It's good to meet you finally.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. I think Hu Honua touched on some of my questions, but I just wanted to ask them for clarifications and just clean up the record a little bit. So does the amended PPA state that Hu Honua will have a minimum dispatch level of 10 megawatts and a maximum dispatch of 21 megawatts?
The capacity is 21.5, but there is the ability to dispatch above that 21.5.
Okay, and what is the minimum dispatch? I'm sorry.
The minimum is 10 megawatts. You're correct.
Thank you. Does the Hu Honua minimum dispatch of 10 megawatt mean that HELCO must run Hu Honua at 10 megawatts at a minimum 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, unless Hu Honua is down for maintenance, or if system constraints, system balancing, and frequency control requirements have to be met?
In general, that's correct, but Lisa Dangelmeyer could speak to that more thoroughly. We do have requirements in the PPA that allow for a 7 megawatt we can dispatch them down to 7 megawatts in the event of an emergency.
Thank you. I think you answered this already, but just to clarify the record, since Hu Honua has a dispatch requirement of 10 megawatts, does that mean the HELCO needs to dispatch Hu Honua at that minimum of 10 megawatts, even if cheaper renewable energy is available?
Yes, in order to ensure that the unit is not damaged during operations and operating properly and reliably, that is the requirement. But as I noted, we do have the ability in certain emergency situations to dispatch them at 7 megawatts.
Okay, but this minimum dispatch is actually in the amended PPA, is that correct?
That is correct, as well as the emergency operation at 7 megawatts.
Okay. Isn't it true that there may be times the high renewable intermittent energy supply cannot be completely taken by the HELCO system due to Hu Honua's continuous operation and minimum dispatch load of 10 megawatts or 7 megawatts?
It's possible that due to the requirements for minimum generation of any unit on the system that has minimum generation, that there would be times when other intermittent generation could not be taken on the system.
Because you would be contractually obligated to take the Hu Honua energy, is that correct?
That's correct in part, but we also have operating obligations to operate. We need certain amount of synchronous generation on the system at any given time to ensure the reliability and resilience of the grid as well.
But even if that wasn't the case, wouldn't you still be contractually obligated to take the energy from Hu Honua?
Yes, we are contractually obligated to take the 10 megawatts, except in limited circumstances.
Okay, and because you're contractually obligated to do that, you may have to curtail some intermittent renewables?
That's possible, yes.
Did HELCO and Hu Honua agree to a PPA prior to the ANR PPA?
Yes, there's a PPA that was agreed to in 2012.
Okay, and this is the PPA that was the subject of docket number 2012-0212, is that correct?
Let me just check my testimony to make sure the doc, I don't recall the docket number off the top of my head, but sounds correct. 2012-0212, yes.
Yep, okay. And I apologize, I'm not as high tech as Mr. Yamamoto, so I'm not going to put any share screens.
It's okay.
Okay, next. On March 1st, 2016, did HELCO terminate the 2012 PPA with Hu Honua?
March 1st, 2016. Sorry, I'm just checking my, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Was one of the reasons that Helco terminated the 2012 PPA with Hu Honua was because of Hu Honua's failure to meet 2 milestones?
That's correct.
Was another reason that Helco terminated the 2012 PPA with Hu Honua was because Hu Honua's failure to provide adequate assurances that it could perform or had the financial means to perform in the future or otherwise be relied upon as a provider of renewable firm generation on the island of Hawaii?
That is correct.
As a result of Helco's termination of the 2012 PPA, did Hu Honua file a civil complaint against Helco?
Yes, they did.
Is that civil complaint number 1600634?
That's correct.
And is it correct that the civil complaint was seeking damages and injunctive relief against Helco?
Yes.
Did Helco and Hu Honua reach a settlement agreement on the civil complaint?
Yes.
As part of the settlement agreement, did Helco agree to rescind the termination of the 2012 PPA and enter into the A&R PPA with Hu Honua that is the subject of this docket?
We did if the commission found that the benefits to be provided to the customers were sufficient and if the commission approved the preferential rate requests of Hu Honua.
But part of the settlement agreement, you did enter into the A&R PPA, is that correct?
That is correct.
Isn't the settlement agreement conditioned on the PUC's timely, non-appealable final approval of the A&R PPA?
If the A&R PPA is not approved, then the settlement agreement would be would no longer be in place. That's correct.
Okay. So the civil complaint is still pending, basically because the settlement is not complete until you get an approval of the A&R PPA. Is that correct?
I believe I'm not sure if the pending is the right word. I think it's suspended pending the results of the outcome of approval of the A&R PPA.
Okay, so if the A&R PPA is not approved, then basically the civil complaint would be unsuspended and you would continue proceeding on that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then on the other hand, if the A&R PPA is approved, the civil complaint would be dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And actually, the relationship of the approval of the A&R PPA and the settlement agreement is reflected in the A&R PPA. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And actually, and if you don't have the A&R PPA with you, but would that specifically be in section 25.26?
Let me just confirm really quick.
Thank you. I think you also mentioned it in your testimony, at page 20, line 16 to 18.
Sorry, I was just reviewing the provision. That provision is correct in the PPA. That is where we reference the settlement agreement. And then I'm sorry, you referenced page 20, line
16 to 18.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you say the PPA, you're referring to the ANR PPA, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
In agreeing to the terms of the ANR PPA, did Helco and Hu Honua agree on the contract price?
No, we did not.
Did Hu Honua request that Helco submit a request for preferential rates pursuant to HRS 269-27.3 because Helco and Hu Honua could not agree on the contract price?
Yes, in general, that's correct.
When you say in general, what are the distinctions from my question?
Well, I don't think I can opine onto Hu Honua's thought process, but my understanding is that we, the utility, did not agree to the price, but there is the avenue for requesting preferential rates, and so that decision was made by Hu Honua to seek that request.
Okay. Is Helco aware of any legislative mandate to the commission to increase agricultural activities?
I'm not personally aware. I believe there are state policies that encourage agricultural activity, but I'm not personally aware of the specifics of those.
Okay. Do you know it? When you say you're aware of these state policies, are you aware if any of these policies that you're aware of mandates the commission to increase agricultural activities?
Oh, sorry, with regards to the commission, no, I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. Will Hu Honua's continuous operation and minimum dispatch load of 10 megawatts or 7 megawatt limit the amount of other renewables that can be integrated into the grid during low net loads?
It potentially could, but without having, that would be specific to the scenario and other generation online at the time.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, Chair. I keep hanging up on this person who's calling me, and they're pretty consistent. They keep calling me.
It's okay. They can wait.
Okay. Are you aware that Hu Honua has provided testimony that discusses an agreement where Hu Honua facility will provide excess energy not committed to Helco to another entity?
Yes, I'm aware.
Has Helco engaged in any formal negotiations with Hu Honua regarding the sale of excess energy to a third party?
No.
Okay. Was the ANR PPA structured to recover the cost to build, operate, and maintain the Hu Honua facility?
Yes.
So just to follow up on the question that Mr. Yamamoto had asked you about, so if Hu Honua sells excess energy to another entity, does Helco need to evaluate such arrangements to see if it is entitled to some price concessions from Hu Honua under the ANR PPA?
I think subject to the provisions in the PPA, I think we would want to evaluate the reasonableness of the pricing in light of a third-party off-taker.
Yeah, because, you know, if the ANR PPA was structured to recover the cost to build, operate, and maintain the Hu Honua facility, wouldn't some of these costs, shouldn't they be absorbed by this third entity? So shouldn't there be some price concessions to Helco?
Presumably, but we do not have a proposal from Hu Honua in front of us, so I can't say, you know, whether or not, you know, how they intend to structure that, what other costs that Hu Honua may incur for such of a sale or the ability to sell to that third party. So, but I believe our testimony does indicate that we think that it should be evaluated.
Because it is possible that you may be entitled to some cost concessions. Is that correct?
It's possible, yes.
Thank you. Has Helco recently launched its stage 3 RFP for, well, I guess, has HECO recently launched its stage 3 RFP for Helco?
Yes, we have a pending draft before the commission.
Okay. And does the draft include requesting proposals for firm dispatchable renewable generators?
The draft is an all resource procurement, so it does allow firm generators to bid.
Okay, so it's an all source proposal?
Yes.
Okay. And is Hu Honua eligible to submit a proposal for the stage 3 RFP?
Hu Honua could make that determination, but they currently have a PPA already executed with the utility, so they would not have to.
Okay, so let's say though that the PUC denies the application. Is there anything stopping Hu Honua to submitting a proposal to the stage 3 RFP?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. You can take your call now.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Commission Counsel, Mr. Kayatsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Ms. Dehuff Matsushima. I'm gonna try to share my screen, but this is a follow-up. This also deals with Helco's response to the Consumer Advocates IR to CA Helco IR 59. But let's see if I can do this correctly. Are you, do you see the IR up on the screen?
I do.
Okay, so I want to focus on this last sentence here where Helco's response says, considering the timing of Hu Honua, which will also require approving period before final determination of retirement, the impact of future fuel switches required for the steam units for environmental requirements will most likely be the determining factor in the retirement date with some dependence on firm renewable resources in East Hawaii. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on what the environmental requirements there reference refer to?
Any permits or other operating environmental operating requirements imposed by any government agency in order to continue the operation of those plants.
Okay, and you're saying those are likely to be determinative in or dispositive in HECO's decision to retire the units rather than the operation of the Hu Honua plant if it were to be approved?
Yes.
Okay. May I consult my notes quickly, Mr. Chairman? There's been a lot of questions asked. I may not need to have any more for this witness, but can I check, please?
Sure.
I have one more question, Ms. They have Matsushima, and it may not necessarily be for you. I have a question about Helco's response to, I believe it is CA Helco Supplemental IR 36. No witness appears to be sponsored for it, so I wasn't sure if that would be you or Mr. Enton or Ms. Dangelmeyer.
Don't have that IR, but if you pull it up, I can maybe determine who would be the best to answer that.
Okay, it has to do with the updated production simulation model that Helco performed without Puaco Solar.
Oh, Robert would probably be the best to answer that IR.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kayatsu. Now going questions from the commission. First, Commissioner Sunsian.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a couple of questions, basically for my clarification. Matsushima, good morning.
Morning.
Just wanted to check. I think I got where you were going when Mr. Yamamoto was cross-examining you in terms of not increasing customer bills, in some form or fashion because of this project. But is there ever a scenario where we hit that trifecta? I call it the trifecta, right? We don't increase the bills, we eliminate fossil generation from use in Hawaii, and we achieve 100% RPS.
I can't say that we'd ever hit that scenario where there's never going to be a bill increase to hit our 100% renewable energy goals. But I think the intent of my response was unnecessarily raising costs to customers before it's necessary. I think that the RPS losses, it requires 30% renewable energy by 2020 and 40% by 2030. But on the Big Island, we're already at 60% of RPS. And so I think that there needs to be some consideration of the economic impact to customers and the speed, and how we're dispatching units should be taken into consideration while recognizing that we obviously want to encourage as much use of renewable energy as possible.
Okay. And I think pretty much on another topic, I just wanted to make sure, right, we were talking, I think this was in response to the reference of Hu Honua Helco IR 13A, and where we talked about whether or not we believe Hamakua was going to continue or not, and in the modeling it does continue. Let me just make sure, right? When you talk about extending beyond the useful life, that doesn't equate to something like the term of the contract, correct? So those are two different things, right? The term of contract might be for X amount of time, but then useful life may be beyond that.
Correct.
Okay. So in simple terms, you're kind of using Hamakua useful life, if you will, kind of like as a proxy until something actually replaces it in the model.
That is correct.
Okay.
But again, I would defer to Robert, who might want to, who probably has a better, more detailed response, but that's the general idea.
Okay. Fair enough. I will ask Mr. Enton on his thoughts on that. I think on the line of questioning as far as the grid needs assessment, right? And then there was a question whether or not there are differences between grid needs assessment dated July 2021 and and I guess IGP, but I'm assuming we're talking about a grid needs assessment in IGP. Was that, do you know, to your knowledge, was that done? Or are we using the same grid needs assessment?
I'm not sure what Mr. Yamamoto was referencing. That's why I was confused. But the grid needs assessment that we completed was based on what we've been doing in IGP. So that's why I was confused as to the question. But the grid needs assessment that was done and filed in July was based on the results of the work done in IGP to date, to my understanding.
To that date, July 2021.
Yes, sorry, to that date, yes.
And I guess this is more of a comment. Well, actually, one more question, and then I'll get to my comment. We talked about, you're talking about a future acquisition on Hawaii Island, and I sense, and I may have gotten it, I may have misunderstood your response, but it seemed like you kind of leave it up to the developer to determine where. But isn't it true that HELCO also plays a part in where renewable resources would be sited? I mean, right, that the developer just doesn't come because then, right, if they got it somewhere far away and that impacts them, I mean, right, doesn't ECO or HELCO play a role in that?
You're correct. I mean, we identify areas in our transmission system that have the ability to accept more generation. We also identify system needs where we need the generation to help balance out the system, as we've done in our upcoming Stage 3 RFP. So you're correct. When we do give direction as to where on the system the generation should be cited. But I guess my comment was more in reference to I can't opine onto the land availability or the owners of those lands' willingness to site projects in certain areas.
Okay. And my final question, and maybe it's more of a comment, right? And this comes upon early retirement of HELCO units. And right, and I understand, right? You cannot commit very early as it's not prudent to customers. But it really sounds like a chicken and egg thing here, right? That we can't do it until, right, that HELCO can't do it until something is up and running, right? But then, right, there's all this, right, there's a pending goal of 100% RPS, right? We want to be carbon neutral or carbon negative, whatever you want to call it, by a certain time frame. And right, given all these delays and shouldn't the goal of the company be to really look at, right? End game would be to retire the fossil fuel units.
100% agree. I believe that is our goal. And our long-term planning, takes that into account. When we're looking at what our grid needs are, we're looking at what is needed in order to retire the unit. So then to actually make the definitive statement, we are going to retire this unit on X date, we want to prove out those plans before, actually taking that unit off the system, because we don't want to cause reliability or resilience issues for our customers. But in our planning, that is the goal that we're aiming towards. That's what we're basing our needs on in order to procure enough generation and get that on the system. And assuming that we do, and it's on the system and it's operating properly, then we can take that next step of actually retiring the unit.
And
but 100% agree, our goal is to retire our fossil fuel units.
And would you agree we want to try to do that from, I guess, a state policy standpoint, or even just state in general, right? Earlier and sooner than later?
I agree, sooner than later, with some cautions that we need to take costs and other impacts to customers into account and ensure that, you know, we're considering community and other factors in that determination as well.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Yield back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Potter?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, good afternoon. Rebecca, good to see you. Thank you for being here and withstanding so many hours of questioning. I have a question about, it's on your testimony T1. So it's the very beginning, just emphasizing that the contract terms in the amended and restated PPA were increased from 20 years to 30 years. Can you tell me why that is the case?
You know, that was based on negotiation with Hu Honua and looking at the useful life of the facility, the needs of the system, and how that would interact with the system. So it was a negotiated provision, taking into account those factors and the price of the facility over the term.
Okay, and because yeah, I won't ask that. All right, so was the decision to lengthen the contract terms in any way related to the potential outcome of the greenhouse gas analysis or pricing or any other term that influenced increasing it by 10 years?
You know, I think in general, they're looking at RPS. You know, it would add to our RPS for the additional 10 years. So that is definitely a factor that was determined. And I believe pricing was also considered between the options at the time.
Great, thank you. That's all I have, Chair. I yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Dehoff Matsushima. I just have a few follow-up questions from the range of examinations so far. So one, I believe it was both Mr. Knox and Ms. Wong asked about the, just so I understand the sequence of events correctly, after the civil suit, Helco and Hu Honua entered into the amended restated PPA, but you said twice that those two parties, you're representing Helco, you did not agree on the contract price. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you say why?
You know, we didn't, I think it's set forth in our application, we didn't necessarily think that the contract price was appropriate, but we did recognize that there are certain circumstances when it does make sense to pay more for a project in the event that agricultural uses are being included, and so that's why we did agree that we could submit it under the preferential rates statute.
But just so I think I heard you correct, you said you did that the Helco did not believe the contract price was appropriate.
Yes, we didn't agree to the pricing set forth by Hu Honua. We couldn't reach agreement on that term of what we thought was a reasonable price.
Okay. Follow up on the questions about the third-party off-taker agreement. I think my understanding from your responses to Ms. Wong, you would say under normal circumstances, you would be looking for pricing concessions for this sort of additional revenue source coming into a project. Is that correct?
Yes, so we'd have to do, if we fully understood Hu Honua's proposal, then we'd have to look at the PPA to see if we have the ability to evaluate the price and amend the PPA it would depend on what exactly Hu Honua is proposing and whether that would be allowed under the terms of the existing agreement.
Okay, so I think I've heard you say this a few times. HECO have not received a detailed proposal, so you're unaware what those could be?
Correct.
Have you sought those details in looking for improving pricing?
I think we've told Hu Honua that when they have something available to share that with us, but we haven't received anything yet to date.
But I mean, if there's an opportunity to improve the terms, why wouldn't you be more active about it?
I mean, to the extent when Hu Honua we would gladly be willing to look at that and discuss that further with Hu Honua, but we don't have any ability to.
Did you send a communication requesting that?
Nothing in writing. No, I do not believe we've sent anything in writing.
But if you believe that there's opportunity to improve there's a 30-year contract, right? The pricing terms over that long time period, why wouldn't you be more proactive?
I guess my understanding of the proposal was that it wasn't very detailed yet by Hu Honua, so there wasn't really anything for us to review, but we can reach out to them. And
is there a competing concern here that this would potentially delay completing the terms of your civil suit?
No, that does not come into consideration at all.
But your completion of that depends on a final non-appealable approval, correct? So if you're reopened for a new amendment, there was further proceedings for that could be quite a time extension, correct?
That could be, but honestly, Chair, that is not a factor in our decision.
That's never factored into the company's decision-making here?
No.
But you've never sought an improvement of the terms? And those terms that you said in the beginning were not appropriate?
We requested further information verbally from Hu Honua when they had it available, but to date, the only conversations they've mentioned to us are at the executive level, in a brief phone call, with really no details on how it would work or what Hu Honua was planning. So, if there is, we let Hu Honua know if there was a proposal that we would evaluate that, we would consider that. We would want to make sure that the economics make sense for our customers. That's the number one thing we would be concerned with that type of proposal, and to ensure that our customers are not overpaying.
But it sounds like from the beginning of this process, you've been concerned about that. You said that the terms were not appropriate. That's why you said that the two parties couldn't agree.
To the price. Yes, correct.
Okay. The last question, I think, is a follow-up to some of the questions from Mr. Yamamoto and Commissioner Asuncion. I just want to, this is about the retirements, potential for accelerated retirements. I just want to understand, because when I look at the resource plans, with the addition of the project, there is no acceleration. Is that because the companies have analyzed that and feel that you're unable to accelerate, or it's just that you have not analyzed that?
We haven't analyzed the acceleration of retirements with the addition of Hu Honua at this time.
I guess, again, why not? It is a major change addition. The project is, you said that, the concern is about bringing replacement resources online. If there's a strong case here with the state of construction, that it's further along than any other project on the island. So why, seems like the egg is pretty close here. Why wouldn't you look at this?
Well, as I mentioned, it's not that we're not, looking towards retirement of these units, but we would actually want the system online, generating and ensuring that it's providing the grid services meeting the performance standards requirements in the PPA before we actually commit to a retirement date. The worst case scenario would be to commit to the retirement date prior to the testing of the facility, and then the facility not meeting those requirements, and then we have already committed to removing a unit, and now we don't have the replacement generation available.
So I could see how that, those are the necessary conditions to actually doing the retirement, but you haven't even done the analysis. I don't see how it's a necessary condition to analyze whether it could happen or not.
I mean, our resource plans are looking at, they look at whether or not those units are running. But yes, my understanding is we haven't done the long-term analysis of the retirement dates. But again, Robert could speak to that more clearly than me.
Is there a potential that that would improve the economics? The
No,
accelerated retirement?
I don't believe so, but again, I'll defer to Robert. But the units, the production simulation modeling will look at whether or not units are being run, and I believe this production simulation model did assume that certain units weren't being run, not necessarily retired, but not run, and so that would have been taken into account in the modeling of the economics. There might be some very small cost included in those models still for the maintenance of those units, but I don't believe that would have had a huge impact to the economics of this project. But again, Robert could speak to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll follow up with him as well. That concludes my questioning, and with that, we will conclude the first witness. Thank you, Ms. Dehaf Matsushima.
Thank you.
We will, let's see, it's 11:40. I think we'll start the questions for Mr. Lao, see how far we get, and then we'll, appropriate time, take a lunch break. So can we have Christopher Lao, please?
Morning, Chair.
Hi, Mr. Lao. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. First up is the consumer advocate.
Chair, we have no cross to this witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yamamoto, Hu Honua. Sorry, Mr. Yamamoto, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Lao.
Morning.
What is your position within Hawaiian Electric?
I'm the manager of the Corporate Energy Planning Department.
Okay, and what are your responsibilities within that role?
My responsibilities include developing the long-term plans for the company.
And what was the purpose of your testimony in this proceeding?
My testimony covered the impact of the Hu Honua project to the Hawaii Electric Light and consolidated RPS.
Okay. And so are you familiar with Hawaiian Electric's RPS as well as its status?
I am.
And are you also familiar with the integrated grid planning process as well?
I am.
In addition to your testimony, did you sponsor responses to information requests in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
I'm not sure if you were tuned in earlier. I had a couple of questions for Ms. Dehaf Matsushima regarding the RPS, but she deferred it to another witness for Hawaiian Electric. So given that you are the RPS witness, I believe, that's your area of expertise, I will ask you questions related to the RPS. Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. Are you familiar with Hawaiian Electric's RPS status report most recently filed on February 8, 2022?
Yes, I am.
Share my screen here. Just bear with me a second. And I'm going to refer you to the table. Okay, can you see the table?
Yes, I can see the table.
Okay, and this is for the year ended December 31, 2021. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And if I can point your attention to the column that indicates 2021 and for Hawaii. You see that?
I do.
And the first set of numbers appears to indicate the amount of megawatt hours generated on Hawaii Island from renewable energy resources, including geothermal, photovoltaic, hydro, wind, biofuels, customer-sited, grid-connected resources. Do you see that?
Yes.
And for customer-sited, grid-connected resources, is that essentially rooftop solar?
It's primarily rooftop solar, yes.
Okay. And if you were to add up the amount of megawatts in generation for all those renewable resources, it would add up to 625,891 megawatt hours. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the total of the categories above
Okay.
in that table.
And then I will refer you to the category that says total sales. You see that?
Yes, I can.
And the figure for total sales indicates 1,043,783,000 megawatt hours. You see that?
Yes.
And just for my clarification, does total sales include does the total sales number of 1,043,783 megawatt hours include customer sited or rooftop solar generation?
Yeah, I guess when you say include, to clarify, it is net of any customer-sided generation that occurs behind the meter.
Okay, so does that figure 1,043,783 of total sales, does that include megawatt hours? Does that include generation from rooftop solar in the amount of 194,196 megawatt hours?
The sales are, I guess, electricity actually sold. So it doesn't include the customer-sided generation just because it's on the, I guess, numerator of the RPS calculation, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Yes, yes, that's, and that I believe that's my understanding as well, that customer-sided generation figure is not included in what you account for as total sales because it is not sold to customers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you take that 1,043,783 figure, which represents sales to ratepayers and reflects the amount of generation onto the grid in megawatt hours, but you take out all the renewable generation, totaling 625,891 megawatt hours. And you also take out the 194,196. I'm just doing the math here. So I guess that brings it to 431,695 megawatt hours of renewable energy. Is that right?
Sorry, could you repeat the question or your statement?
I'm trying to ask whether you are able to identify of the 1,043,783 total sales in megawatt hours on the Hawaii Island grid, how many megawatt hours is just renewable energy sold to customers?
So I think if you took that total for the electrical energy generated using renewable energy sources, 625,891, and reduce that by the customer side grid connected, that should be the renewable energy sold to customers.
Okay, thank you. And that total amount of megawatt hours would add up to 431,695 megawatt hours of renewable energy. Is that correct?
I'd have to double check, but that sounds about right.
Okay, and if renewable energy consists of 431,695 megawatt hours sold to customers, then the remaining balance of what was sold to customers is 612,000 megawatt hours of fossil fuel generation. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct. The remaining sales would be provided to fuel.
Okay, so just to clarify, so out of the 1,043,783 megawatt hours sold to customers, approximately 600,000 megawatt hours of energy sold to customers consisted of just fossil generation. Is that right?
Sorry, yeah, no, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right.
And are you familiar with the Hu Honua committed capacity under the amended PPA?
I'm familiar.
Okay. And have you calculated what Hu Honua's dispatch in megawatt hours would be if it were dispatched at 21.5 megawatts, 24/7, say 350 days out of the year to account for 2 weeks of maintenance? Would you know what the total amount of dispatch would be?
I have not done that yet.
Okay.
I don't know.
If I told you that it was 180,000 megawatt hours, does that sound in the ballpark?
I'm not sure. I'd have to, I think, verify the calculation for myself.
Okay. Would you agree that in order to determine the total megawatt hours of dispatch from Hu Honua, you would have to take the amount of megawatt hours, which is 21.5 megawatts, multiply by 24 hours a day, 350 days out of the year, and that would amount to approximately 180,000 megawatt hours, approximately.
I guess without having some time to kind of pencil it out, I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. Have you calculated what Hu Honua's annual megawatt hour dispatch would be at the based on the Helco's production simulation forecast?
Yes, and I think that's what was provided in my testimony.
Okay, would that be 99,000 megawatt hours per year of dispatch?
Sorry, let me refer to my testimony note. I think we didn't in the tables that we provided in my testimony. I don't think we provided an average generation for Hu Honua. But it looks to be around the 90 gigawatt hours that you cited.
Okay. Are you aware that Hawaiian Electric provided Hu Honua the average gigawatt hours of generation over a 30-year period based on its production simulation?
I don't think I was aware.
So you're not aware of whether Hawaiian Electric provided that figure so that Hu Honua could calculate based on that average dispatch what its GHG emissions would look like?
I think the part that I'm not certain is the average. So I think the outputs of the production simulation were provided, and that's consistent with what was used for the RPS exhibits. And it was the annual generation by year. It wasn't an average.
Okay, fair enough. If I were to tell you that over the 30-year period that Hawaiian Electric had indicated that 2,972.2 gigawatt hours was forecasted to be dispatched out of Hu Honua, does that sound in the ballpark?
I'm not sure what that generation figure was based off of.
Based on the production simulation that Hawaiian Electric ran with Puako Solar being out.
Sorry, let me actually refer to that IR response. We did provide an updated RPS exhibit in response to PUC IR 17, which did remove Puako Solar.
Okay. And do you know, based on that production simulation, how many gigawatt hours was forecasted for Hu Honua in terms of dispatch?
Yeah, let me shoot. I can't find the IR. If you had a copy of the IR, would you be able to play it for the?
Sure. Just a second. Sorry, bear with me. We're pulling it up right now. Okay, Mr. Lao, you see the left-hand column where it points to where it says Hu Honua generation in gigawatt hours?
Yes, I see it.
And it provides the figures from 2022 to 2051.
Yes.
And you probably don't have a calculator in front of you, but would you agree if I told you that if you added up all those numbers, it would add up to 2,972 gigawatt hours?
2,972 gigawatt hours.
Yes, subject to check.
Yeah, subject to that. Yeah, sure. I
And-
think that's okay.
And if you took the total, which is what 2,972 gigawatt hours, and you divided by 30, that would give you the average annual dispatch. Is that right?
Yes.
And that figure would be approximately 99,000 megawatt hours.
That sounds about right, subject to check.
So in either case, whether Hu Honua were running at 21.5 megawatts or based on the production simulation dispatch of 11.8 megawatts, it would be providing anywhere between 99,000 megawatt hours to 180,000 megawatt hours. That sound about right?
I guess in a hypothetical scenario that could happen.
Do you agree that that's still a small fraction of the more than 600,000 megawatt hours of fossil generation being produced and sold to the ratepayers today?
I would say there is more fossil generation on the system, yes, compared to Hu Honua's generation.
You say that we still have a long way to go in replacing fossil generation with renewable generation?
In meeting the 100% RPS by 2045, I think there's still a ways to go. But as far as meeting, where we are today for the Hawaii Electric Light System, in our last RPS report, we had filed so that we're at 60%, which far exceeds the 2020 target of 30%.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lao, I'd like to draw your attention to CA Helco SIR 34A. Share our screen. Okay, and in subpart A, the question is, has Helco or will it evaluate project in its integrated grid planning process? You see that?
Yes.
In the response in subpart A, you stated the integrated grid planning process will evaluate the Hawaii Island grid needs through a technology agnostic approach in which candidate proxy resources, including firm renewable resources, will, with similar operating characteristics as Hu Honua, serve as proxies in a resource plan for the suite of grid services that are required by the system. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I believe earlier in your testimony, I asked you if you were familiar with the IGP process, and you said you were.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether Hu Honua is already considered a current or fixed resource in Hawaiian Electric's IGP planning process?
Could you clarify what you mean by current or fixed?
Well, since Hawaiian Electric has an executed amended PPA with why isn't Hu Honua already included as a current resource in terms of your IGP planning?
So I guess where we are today with IGP, we're still working through acceptance of the planning assumptions that we plan to use for the process. So I think whether Hu Honua is, I guess, in or out of the resource plan, I guess, hasn't really been determined yet.
I'd like to draw your attention to the IGP inputs and assumptions, which was revised on August 2021 at pages 124 to 125. We'll share our screen. We're sharing the screen now. Sorry, it's a large file. Okay, and can I draw your attention to page 124 and 125? Sorry, 124. So Mr. Lau, do you see the units described on page 124 and 125?
I do.
Okay, and do you see that PGV in 2024, sorry, we're going to zoom in. In 2024, you indicate 46 megawatts of load for Hawaii Island.
For the PGV max capacity in 2024.
You see that?
I do.
And so the PGVs, so the 46 megawatts, does that include the 8 megawatt expansion that's currently an application pending before the PUC?
It does.
And is it your understanding that that 8 megawatt expansion has not yet been approved by the PUC?
That is my understanding.
Okay. So why would you include the 46 megawatt as an input and not include the 21.5 megawatts from Hu Honua as an input in your grid planning assumptions?
We didn't include Hu Honua, at least in this table, because of some of the uncertainty related to the project. But that doesn't mean that we can still, through the IGP process, consider resource plans with and without the Hu Honua resource.
Your position that there's no uncertainty regarding the PGV 8 megawatt expansion?
There is. So I think there could be debate on whether we should have included that or not as well.
Okay, thank you. What is HELCO's position on including executed PPAs in its long-term resource planning process?
We generally include them as part of the resource plans.
Just not in Hu Honua's case.
Again, I think we can consider as part of IGP plans with Hu Honua. It just wasn't listed in the table here, but that doesn't mean it was excluded entirely.
Okay. Hawaiian Electric and Hu Honua have already agreed to the technical parameters necessary to operate on the HELCO grid. And those technical parameters are reflected in the amended PPA. Shouldn't Hu Honua therefore have already met the requirements to be included as a current resource in the IGP planning process?
I think on that basis it could. And I think generally, whether we did include or should we include Hu Honua or not, I think is probably something that we would want to discuss with our stakeholder groups in the IGP process, because there's a lot of stakeholder engagement that was done to develop these inputs and assumptions that would be used for the IGP process.
So now I'd like to draw your attention to HELCO CA HELCO IR 62D2. We'll share our screen. And specifically at pages 2 and 3. So with respect to subpart D2, the question is, for the existing contracts with Pacific Current and PGV, please state whether the full capacity for those units are currently being dispatched or indicate the amount of additional capacity that is generally available if grid needs require additional capacity and energy from those units. Do you see that?
I do.
Response. When Electric, or you wrote, the full contracted capacity of the Pacific Current facility is available for capacity and dispatch. The PGV facility is currently capable of generating 23.9 megawatts of firm capacity and energy for dispatch, and additional available energy above 23.9 megawatt capacity may be taken at the company's request based on economic dispatch. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So by this description, did Hawaiian Electric mean that PGV has a must run of 23.9 megawatts of firm energy?
I don't believe so.
Okay, but it says for additional available energy above 23.9 megawatts, that may be taken at the company's request based on economic dispatch. And so anything below the 23.9 megawatts is not based on economic dispatch. Isn't that correct?
I believe PGV has of its current contract that is a must take.
Okay, so 23.9 megawatts is considered must take. Is that right?
Subject to check. I think so.
Are you familiar with how much energy from Hu Honua is considered must take? Or
I don't have that number offhand.
Mr. Lau, I'd like to refer you to CA Helco IR 26A2. Share our screen now. So in subpart A2, the question is, if Helco's analysis suggests that the additional grid services are not needed at this time, please discuss whether Hu Honua can provide any of the grid services at a lower cost than any of the existing or yet installed sources. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and in response, you wrote that no analysis has been conducted of whether Hu Honua can provide grid services at a lower cost than existing or approved but not yet installed sources. You see that?
Yeah.
My question is, why hasn't Helco conducted an analysis of whether Hu Honua can provide grid services at a lower cost than existing or approved but not yet installed resources?
I think our general practice has been that we include those resources that are existing or approved as part of a resource plan. So we haven't necessarily compared Hu Honua against those resources. It's evaluated as part of a total resource plan that's built to meet, other planning objectives.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I noticed we've gone beyond 12 o'clock. Would you like us to proceed or?
Hey, Mr. Yamamoto, how much more questioning do you have?
I probably have another half an hour or so questioning for this witness.
Okay, thanks. You okay with pausing here? Is this a good time to break?
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Okay, so let's convene in an hour. So it's 1:15. I guess I asked people can start filtering back in at about 1:10 so we can start sharp at 1:15. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Must admit you were getting hungry, huh? Okay, we're going to take a 1-hour recess for lunch. Thank you. I just confirmed, it's just past 1:10. We're going to start at 1:15 sharp.
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
We're here.
Here, Chair.
Okay, great. Hopefully we have Will and Mr. Lao.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jesse Smith for Hu Honua. I believe Will's in the witness room getting ready, but I'll make sure that he's on by 1:15.
Okay. Mr. Lao?
There, yeah, yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Just so you know, I was informed the recording's on and actually the live stream's up. So while we're not officially underway, this is all still being broadcasted. So okay, no, we're going to get started here. Make sure. Here we go. Got Mr. Yamamoto. Okay, see Mr. Lao. Yep. You both ready to go?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. We're going to call the hearing back to order and resume the examination of Mr. Lao by Hu Honua. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Lao. Thanks for being here again today. Can I bring your attention to CA Helco IR 26A2 show it on our screen. And question A2 asks, if Hu Honua can provide grid services at a lower cost than any of the available or soon to be available sources, please identify which sources are more expensive than the Hu Honua resource and the cost differential. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and the response to 2A, I'm sorry, I pointed to the wrong question. It's 26A2. I'd like to reread the question, please. So A2 asks, if HELCO's analysis suggests that additional grid services are not needed at this time, please discuss whether Hu Honua can provide any of the grid services at a lower cost than any of the existing or not yet installed sources. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and in the response, the 2A, your response states, no analysis has been of whether Hu Honua can provide grid services at a lower cost than existing or approved but not yet installed sources. The grid services provided from Hu Honua, similar to the RDG PPA projects and existing dispatchable utility-owned and IPP generation, are bundled services. The provision of primary frequency response, dynamic reactive support, regulation, and load following, replacement reserves are part of the overall operational benefits of the contract without additional costs beyond variable operation and maintenance costs and energy costs for those contracts with variable components to the pricing. Do you see that?
I do.
So does Hu Honua provide grid services which are different from or additional to the grid services that RDG PPA projects can provide?
I believe there are some differences, but I think witness Lisa Dangelmeyer could probably speak to those differences in more detail.
Are you familiar with whether Hu Honua can provide physical inertia?
I believe it can. I don't know the extent of that provision.
Do you know whether the RDG PPA projects can?
I don't believe they can.
What about reactive support?
I'm not sure on that service.
Okay. Who would be the best person at Hawaiian Electric to answer that question?
I believe Lisa Dangelmeyer could provide a more detailed response.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to CA HELCO IR 26B1.
Sorry, Will, you're referring to SIR 26 or IR 26?
It's SIR, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Subpart B1 asks, please confirm that the production simulations do not produce an analysis of whether a fossil fuel plant can be retired or whether the retirement of a fossil fuel plant can be accelerated. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did HELCO not perform an analysis of potential fossil fuel unit retirements?
I believe in this docket, the way that the production simulations were constructed, it was to consider your resource plan with and without the project. So the analysis was focused on primarily the Hu Honua project itself.
Okay, but did you not consider the retirements of any fossil units as part of that analysis?
I think that question is more appropriate for, I guess, for long-term planning considerations as part of the IGP docket. So I think that's maybe one of the reasons why it wasn't done here.
Okay, but did you use a modeling tool in order to assume what resources would be part of your production simulation model?
Yes.
And what was that modeling tool?
We use the Resolve capacity expansion model.
Did you also use Plexus?
We do use Plexus as well to conduct the production simulation.
So for the production simulation that was used for the Hu Honua bill impact analysis, which of those two models were used?
I think that the answer to that question kind of depends on which impact analysis you're referring to. But in the, I guess, the latest production simulations that were provided as part of Robert's testimony, we had used those two models in conjunction or together, I guess.
And then to the extent one of those two models were used in order to inform the potential reduction of fossil units or the retirement of fossil units, how did Hawaiian Electric make those assumptions within that modeling tool?
Could you clarify what assumptions you're referring to?
To the assumptions concerning to the assumptions regarding what fossil units were available for retirement or for reduction.
Okay. I guess in our modeling, we did make some planning assumptions on when certain units would no longer be dispatched, and that was based on our own internal discussions on what dates we could assume as an initial planning assumption.
Why did Hawaiian Electric not perform an analysis of the deferral of base case resources with Hu Honua in place?
I think that question could probably be better answered by Robert.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask Robert those questions. I'd like to turn your attention to HHB HELCO IR 3A1. We'll share our screen. Okay, so for 3A1, the question asks, for the following, please provide and explain the assumptions used to determine Hu Honua's RPS contribution. I'm sorry. Subpart A asks, with respect to HELCO's conclusion that Hu Honua would contribute 8.6 percentage points towards Hawaiian Electric Light's RPS and 0.9 percentage points towards the consolidated company's RPS, Subpart 1 asks, do the changes in planning assumptions include the addition of resources that have not been approved by the commission? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then let's go down to the response. The three. In the response, you state the resource plan for Hawaii Electric Light's updated analysis includes planning assumptions to transition Hawaii Island to 100% renewable energy by 2045 in compliance with state energy policy. Therefore, assumptions include future renewable resource additions that have not been approved by the commission. Do you see that?
Yes.
How Hawaiian Electric chose the future renewable resource in its resource plan used in the production simulation, including resources that have not been approved by the commission?
So that included resources for the stage 1 RFP. I think it also included placeholder resources for the community-based renewable energy procurements that were, ordered, as well as other future generic resources that would help us meet that 100% RPS in 2045.
My question is, how did you choose those resources? Did you use some other resource, such as the IGP planning information or something else to help you input those resource assumptions?
Yes, so we did use the IGB planning assumptions to help inform what some of those generic future resources could be.
Okay, and did that include using the IGP to inform your assumptions of the resources that would be put into the updated resource plan in your bill impacts analysis from the years 2022 through 2050?
I think you would have to ask Robert for the specifics of the bill impact analysis.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. Moving on. I'd like to turn your attention to HHB HELCO IR 3C. Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the question in IR 3C. So the question is, if not guaranteed, would HELCO agree that such additional resources assumed between 2022 and 2050 are merely proposed or theoretical at this stage, and that such resources could potentially never be completed? Do you see that?
I do.
Response to subpart 3C states, such additional resources are typical of any long-term planning analysis and are not guaranteed to happen. Potential future resources may be added to the system based on a number of factors that include forecasted load growth, reliability, and RPS requirements in future years, among others. Do you see that?
I do.
And why the additional resources are not guaranteed to happen?
Sorry, I think I missed the first part of that question.
Can you explain why the additional resources are not guaranteed to happen?
Those future resources in our resource plans in the longer term are just generic resources. They may not be guaranteed to happen because we haven't filed an application for them as a first step. They're just generic resources.
For those generic resources, how did you determine the assumed pricing for each of those resources?
The pricing ties to our resource cost forecasts that are published as part of our IGP inputs and assumptions. And those cost forecasts, resource cost forecasts, use data provided by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. They provide a long-term cost forecast for a variety of technologies.
Can you explain what generic resources means?
Generic in the sense that we're making general assumptions on their performance characteristics because we don't have an actual proposal to put into the model. So it's generic in the sense that the actual resource that could result from these long-term plans could be different from what we had assumed.
Okay. So if we were to add Hu Honua to the grid, would that impact whether all of those future resources will still be needed?
It could, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether that was taken into account in the modeling?
I believe Robert can speak to it in more detail, but I believe the analysis was done with the resource plan and adding Hu Honua in and out.
Okay. And I plan to ask Robert this, but and just let me know if you know, but it appears that the base case and the alternate case in your modeling assumptions indicate the same resources in the base case and the alternate case. The only difference is you've added Hu Honua in the alternate case, but you did not take out anything from the alternate case, any other future resources out of the alternate case. You aware of that?
I am aware.
And a little earlier, you just said that if Hu Honua were added to the grid, it could potentially impact future resources such that some of those resources may need to be taken out. Is that right?
I don't think I said they may need to be taken out, but it could be that less amounts of those resources would be needed, and the plan could change.
Okay. Isn't it true that Hu Honua, if it were added to the grid, would increase the energy reserve margin to the extent that some other future resource may not be needed for Hawaiian Electric to achieve its 30% energy reserve target?
Hu Honua would contribute toward meeting the energy reserve margin. Yeah, that's correct.
True that Hu Honua will help to increase reliability on the grid, given the nature of its firm generating capacity?
Generally, yes. The degree to which it would increase reliability, I'm not sure I could quantify that.
True that Hu Honua will add to the RPS, helping to meet RPS requirements in future years.
That's correct.
I'd like to turn your attention to the most recent Hawaiian Electric bill impacts analysis. Ask you to comment on the RPS related provisions. Just a moment, we'll share our screen. This is the response to PUC HELCO IR 17. And the exhibit is HELCO-201. At the top, it's titled Updated Renewable Portfolio Percentage. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Explain what the figures in this table 1 represent.
Sorry, what was that question?
Can you please explain what the figures in this table 1 represent?
Oh, okay. So in the first column, it's the years that were analyzed. Under the Hu Honua generation column, next to that is the purchased energy from the Hu Honua project based on the production simulation that was run. In the third column is the sales forecast for Hawaii Electric Light. And then the final column on the right is the division of Hu Honua's generation by Hawaii Electric Lake sales to determine its impact to RPS.
Thank you. And if we scroll to the bottom, it appears that the total, in terms of the, not the total, but the average percentage impact is 9.5%. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Results of Table 1 based on Hawaiian Electric's Puako Out production simulation.
I'm not sure on the exact name of the production simulation, but Puako was removed.
Was it based on an assumed forecasted dispatch of Hu Honua at 2,972 gigawatt hours over 30 years?
I'm not sure where that number came from, the 2000.
That number, I believe, is the sum total of the left column from the years 2022 through 2050. That sound about right?
Roughly, yeah, subject to check. That sounds about right.
Okay. Would you agree that if Hu Honua were dispatched at its contracted committed capacity of 21.5 megawatts on average, then Hu Honua's impact on the RPS would be significantly higher than 9.5%?
I can't say if it would be significantly higher, but it would likely be higher.
Did you calculate the RPS impact based on the contracted committed capacity of Hu Honua at 21.5 megawatts?
No, I did not.
Why was that?
Because our practice has been to use the production simulation as the basis for the project, or in this case, Hu Honua's generation.
I'd like to, on this same document, I'd like to turn your attention to HELCO-301. Excuse me. Can you zoom out? Can you zoom out? I can't see. Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to the year 2030, base case and the alternate case. You see that?
I do.
And this table shows the updated resource plans that were assumed for purposes of your production simulation modeling, correct?
I believe that's correct, but I think this is also Robert's testimony. Maybe able to speak in more detail on it.
Okay. Well, given your familiarity with the IGP, I had some related questions to this. In the year 2030, it shows that HEP continues. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Are you familiar with Hawaiian Electric's 2017 bill impact analysis?
I'm aware of it.
I'd like to draw your attention to the June 2017 Hawaiian Electric bill impact analysis.
Chair, I'm going to object to this line of inquiry. This, as the witnesses stated, I think a number of times, these questions relate to exhibits that are attached to the testimony of Robert Enton, not this witness. I think that's beyond the scope of this witness's testimony, and I think we're again kind of getting far afield of what's appropriate questioning for this witness.
Life of Land agrees because this witness is talking about RPS. That's his testimony, correct?
Okay, this is Helco's witness. Mr. Yamamoto, can you explain the relevance of your questioning and particularly the use of Mr. Stewart's exhibit for a different witness related to this witness's testimony?
Sure. So I believe Mr. Lao responded to our information requests regarding the integrated grid planning docket, and the integrated grid planning proceeding made certain determinations regarding Hamakua Energy Partners, Hamakua Energy, HEP, and that informs certain assumptions regarding HEP. And I'm just asking Mr. Lao whether he's aware of why HEP was assumed to continue after 2030 versus not continue in other circumstances.
You can say, I mean, that's clearly in the scope of, I mean, I'm looking at it, it's his testimonies in T2, the RPS projections, as well as number IR. So how does that specific question, whether HEP's utilized in or out, relate to his testimony?
Like I said, it relates to his responses to information requests regarding the IGP and
can you identify what specific IR request you're talking about? Because I think the one that you were referring to had multiple sponsors, and I don't think he's the sponsor for all portions. But
yeah, can you provide the specific citation?
Just a second.
Okay, thank you.
SIR 26A and SIR 34.
Okay, you want to show the response and restate the question?
Sure. Okay, Chair, after further review, we're going to reserve these questions for Mr. Enton.
Okay. Do you have further inquiry?
That concludes my questions for Mr. Lao. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. Next, we have Life of the Land.
Aloha, Mr. Lao. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
We have only two questions. First, do you have a crystal ball that can guarantee that a hurricane won't wipe out the entire Big Island in 10 years?
I do not.
Second question. If you do fuel switching on the existing fossil fuel power plants on the Big Island, and you switch them all out to biofuels, can they supply the same amount of grid services as they are currently providing with fossil fuels?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next is Tahiri Power.
Good afternoon, Chair. We have no questions for Mr. Lao.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next is Commission Counsel, Mr. Kaitsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lao, I just have one question for you. In your testimony, you calculated the contributions that Hu Honua could make towards Hawaii Electric Light's RPS milestones, correct? If
Correct.
you nodded, I take that as an affirmative yes. Could you say it for the record, please?
Oh, correct. Yes.
Thank you. If the Hu Honua project was not approved and did not come online, what would Helco's trajectory be to meet the state's RPS requirements?
I think we would have to calculate that separately. I guess the way that the RPS exhibits were constructed, it's more, this is the incremental impact of the Hu Honua project. So I guess you could consider it additive to the current RPS as one way of thinking about it.
Well, maybe just a quick follow-up then, based on Helco's status of its RPS currently and the goals coming up, I believe, in 2030, 2040, and 2045, assuming the project were not, or if you were not to count Hu Honua, is Helco believe it's in a position to meet those goals?
Yes, I believe in 2021, Helco's RPS was 60%, which would exceed the targets for 2020 of 30% and 2030 of 40%. But we are also allowed under the statute to consolidate the RPS. So, even though Helco may be far ahead of the benchmarks, additional renewable energy on the Helco system could help the consolidated company's RPS as a whole.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lao. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaitsu. Commissioner Asansian.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Law, just wanted to try to understand ECO's position on achieving RPS, since you're the person who deals with it day to day. You did state, right, that Helco has a way to go to reduce fossil fuel generation, but you are well ahead, right, at 60% RPS for Hawaii Island. To me, what does that mean? Is the company's position try to get to 100% RPS on Hawaii Island sooner? Or are you saying, we're well ahead, or you folks are well ahead, that you don't, it kind of buys time, if you will?
I think our position is that we would achieve the RPS sooner if it were cost effective to do so, and we could do that reliably. So even though we're at 60% today, we may want to achieve 100% earlier than 2045. If it were cost effective, and we could do so in a reliable manner.
Okay, and maybe just to follow up on Life of the Land's cross-view, you talked about fuel switching to biofuels, and you believe that, right, doing so on I guess Helco's units could meet everything that your regular fossil fuel units are providing today. So how fast do you think you guys could do that? And maybe you're not the right person, and maybe you can direct me to the right time, but I'm looking at, right, how fast can you do that? Would you need any approvals from the PUC to do so? Is there adequate supply locally? Anything you could share, or maybe refer me to the right witness that could answer those questions.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer that one, but I'm also not sure who the appropriate witness would be. So that may be more of a question for our fields department or fields division. I don't believe they're a witness.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions for Mr. Lao as well. Thank you. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Next, Helco witness number 3 is Robert Enton. Please identify yourself. Oh, you're a little faint. Can you?
Okay, let me move my mic here. Is this any better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with questioning by the consumer advocate.
Hey. Good afternoon, Mr. Enton. How are you?
Okay, good afternoon.
Okay. Would you please look at page 7 of your direct testimony? Specifically, starting at line 14, there's a Q&A there. It starts with, if one or more of the phase 1 and phase 2 projects. Would you please read that Q&A?
Sorry, can you repeat which page? And I had to open up the document.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, please take your time and let me know. Page 7 of your direct testimony. I believe it's 7 of 8, Helco T3.
Okay, I'm on page 7, and can you repeat which line, please?
Line 14.
Okay, got it. The one that starts with if one or more of the phase 1 and phase 2 projects, is that the one?
Yes, please. Can you read that Q&A down to line 18?
Okay, so line 14 starts with if one or more of the phase 1 and phase 2 projects or other future resource additions did not reach commercial operations, would this change the bill impact? The answer, yes, if one or more of the phase 1 or phase 2 projects or other future resource additions were not successfully integrated into the grid, the estimated bill increases could be smaller.
Okay, thank you. If you can expand a little bit on what Ms. Day of Matsushima responded about the following. With recent supply chain disruptions, especially related to the pandemic, do you expect any more of the phase 1 or phase 2 RDG PPA projects on Hawaii Island to seek to amend their PPAs and increase pricing?
I'm not sure. I'm not part of that process.
Okay. Okay. Did Hawaii Electric Light recently update its production simulation analysis of the Hawaii Island grid with and without the Hu Honua facility?
The most recent ones we did were in response to Commission IR's 17. That was the one that it requested to remove the Puaka Solar project.
Okay, thank you. That requirement, alternate case with approved project will be more costly than all other base cases and alternate cases.
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. Okay, for the alternate case without approved projects, you estimate that the revenue requirements for the alternate case without approved projects will be more costly than other cases like the base cases and the alternate cases.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Did the production simulations indicate that Hawaii Electric Light revenue requirement will be more or less with Hu Honua?
It would be more.
Thank you. If Hu Honua results in higher costs under all the scenarios evaluated, what are the benefits from the project that justify those higher costs?
The benefits would be other things that the facility can provide. It can provide grid services. We talked about like spinning reserve, system inertia, fault current. It provides a known amount of capacity and energy that is not reliable on the weather. It also could provide local benefits for jobs, and it expands Hawaii Island's portfolio of resources. It's another type of renewable that's being added to the island. So those are some other benefits of the project.
Thank you. If Hawaii Electric Light in its modeling did not include any projects or resources that haven't been specifically approved, or the extension of resources whose PPAs have not been approved for that extension in that model, if the model excluded unapproved projects. Would Hawaii Island Grid have enough energy to meet load, or would it not have enough?
We have not tested that. We ran the economics of that plan, but we didn't look into all of the details.
Okay, so would you also be able to say if it would meet reliability requirements?
We did not test that.
And therefore you also wouldn't know if it would meet its RPS goals if it didn't have any approved projects.
Correct. Yeah, we did not look for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, could you please look at HELCO's response to CA HELCO SIR 31B?
You said SIR 31?
Yeah, let me double check that. I believe so. Yes, SIR 31B.
Can you confirm with is that? Can you read a partial of the question to make sure I have the right one, please?
Sure. So the answer starts on page 3 of 5 of the HELCO response to SIR 31. It starts with Hawaii Electric Light does not agree with the values used for Keahole in the comparative analysis in Hu Honua 701.
Okay, I got it.
So down at the bottom of that page, there is a paragraph with Hawaii Electric Light's projected benefits analysis does not use all-in cost. And then leading over into the next page, it has 2 bullet points. So page 4, at the top of page 4, there's a bullet point that says over 90% of Hu Honua's generation offsets fossil fuel energy. Can you clarify, when you wrote that, was that your conclusion based on your analysis, or were you characterizing results as you saw them in Mr. Jacobs' analysis?
That was from our analysis, but that characterizes the first couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years of the analysis. So I think we incorrectly implied that it's 90% over the entire life of the project. Or not, excuse me, 90.
Over the entire life, what would it be?
It's a lower amount. I don't have that exact amount.
Okay. Over the entire life, do you know which fossil fuel generation on the Hawaii Electric Light grid would be offset by Hu Honua?
Could be any unit.
Okay. How does the price for Hu Honua compare to fossil fuel generation on Hawaii Island? Is it typically higher or lower?
What do you mean by price as far as just the energy price of the project?
Well, I guess it would probably be like an LCOE. What would the price be in determining economic dispatch? Would that just be the energy price?
Correct. Yes, it would be the 8 cents energy price.
Okay. And how does that compare to most of the fossil fuel plants that it would be compared against in economic dispatch?
It would depend on the price of fossil fuels at the time. So it could be the price from Hu Honua could be higher or lower than other fossil fuel dispatch prices.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel for Hu Honua asked witness Deihav Matsushima about the July 2021 grid needs assessment for Hawaii Island. Are you familiar with that document?
I'm sort of aware. I'm not intimately aware with it, but please proceed.
Sure. Do you know how that compares with Hawaii Island's adequacy of supply study?
It's a different type of analysis. So the adequacy of supply study looks at the capacity of the system versus the grid needs analysis looked at what the system needs in a future year. So, I mean, by future, I mean even farther out. So the Hawaii Electric Light's adequacy of supply was a 5-year look ahead, and the grid needs analysis would be for procurement that could happen, you know, farther out than that, you know, 8 to 10 years or so.
Okay. Okay. How do the Hawaiian electric companies determine the need for generating resources? What are the drivers?
It would be energy reserve margin would be one. Do we have enough reserves on the system to provide enough energy resources to you know, mitigate unexpected occurrences that could happen on the system? You know, it could be a loss of a unit. It could be you know, bad weather conditions, or, you know, a combination of things. So we plan for a reserve to ride through all of these unknown events.
Okay. Based on those drivers, does Hawaii Electric Light need the Hu Honua facility right now?
Right now, no.
Thank you. If Hu Honua is approved and begins operations, then would there be any economic and technical benefits to accelerating the removal from service? I am trying to be careful about the difference between retirement versus removal from service. So please jump in with the more appropriate of the two. Would there be any economic or technical benefits to accelerating the removal from service of the Hill and Puna generating units?
So in our modeling, we did allow the Hill and Puna units to be turned on and off according to the model. So we do allow the system to optimize and provide the, you know, most economic operation of the system. So that benefit is captured in our modeling.
Okay, thank you. One component of the unapproved planned generating resources case in the production simulation analysis was removing Hamakua Energy after 2031 when its existing contract expires. In that case, but before adding Hu Honua into the model, did the production simulation run indicate reliability issues for the Hawaii Electric Light grid?
We did not check reliability for each year.
Okay, thank you. Based on your judgment, would it be reasonable to expect Hu Honua to replace HEP from a reliability perspective?
Partially, but the Hamakua Energy Plan is a lot bigger. So on a capacity megawatt-wise, they're not equivalent.
Thank you. To your knowledge, Hawaii Electric Light, if approved, would dispatch Hu Honua between 10 megawatts and 21.5 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you please look at the response to CA Helco SIR 28 that you sponsored?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, is it likely, given Hawaii Electric Light's dispatch criteria, that Hawaii Electric Light would dispatch Hu Honua at or near 21.5 megawatts very often?
It's unlikely.
Can you explain why?
Sorry. It's unlikely that it would be dispatched at 21.5 megawatts all the time.
Thank you. Can you explain a little bit why?
So the unit can provide reserves. So we've heard it before that it can provide online spinning reserves. So the unit is there. That's one piece of it. The other one is, I should elaborate a little bit on more. So when the unit is on, this Hu Honua unit is on the system, by being able to provide reserves will limit the need to start something else, right? So you can count on that amount of reserves to mitigate other system conditions. That's one piece. The other one is there are other renewable sources that are actually cheaper to dispatch than the Hu Honua project. So if some of our planning assumptions do include projects that would be, low incremental cost, low to none. So they would be dispatched ahead of Hu Honua.
Okay, thank you. Just one last line of questions. Are you aware that Hu Honua has indicated that it is exploring an arrangement to sell energy to a hydrogen production venture?
I'm just aware of what I've seen on the record.
Okay. Are you aware that Hu Honua has represented that in terms of power, it could run its facility up to 30 megawatts?
I have seen that written, yes.
Thank you. If Hu Honua will run its facility above what Hawaii Electric Light System operators would dispatch it at any given moment, in order to send power above said dispatch level to a third party, could that affect how Hawaii Electric Light System operators dispatch the Hu Honua facility, what they can count on?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Sure. If Hu Honua were running at or even above its committed capacity, selling energy to a third party, would that reduce Hu Honua's upward reserve?
Well, for modeling purposes, we're only counting up to 21.5 megawatts.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't assuming there was available reserves beyond that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time, Mr. Enton. Chair, no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thanks. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then, well, I guess call it 12. We'll start at 2:20 sharp. We'll start with Hu Honua's next. So, Mr. Yamamoto, you're doing the examination?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. We'll see you back here at 2:20. Thank you, everyone. Just for everyone, we're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Thanks. Do we have Mr. Yamamoto? Are you ready?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. How about our witness? Mr. Enton?
Ready?
Okay. We're going to call the hearing back to order. Continue with examination by Hu Honua.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Enton.
Good afternoon.
What is your position within Hawaiian Electric?
I'm the manager of Hawaiian Electric's Analytical Planning Services Department.
And as manager, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the group that does production simulations for things like independent power producer analysis and other regulatory filings.
How long have you been doing this?
Doing the math, 16 years.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you are familiar with Hawaiian Electric's production simulations and policies regarding that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of your testimony in this proceeding?
My testimony provides a project benefit analysis.
Okay, and are you familiar with the project benefits analysis for this project?
Yes.
Does that familiarity include avoided fuel consumption?
Yes.
Present value of system revenue requirements for the base case and alternate case?
Yes.
Typical residential bill impact?
Yes.
Production simulation analysis?
Yes.
Forecasts for future fossil and biofuel pricing?
We use fuel price assumptions provided to us from Hawaiian Electric's fuels group.
Okay. Are you familiar with how Hawaiian Electric's fuels group selects its fuel forecasts?
Yes.
And does Hawaiian Electric have a number of different fuel price forecasts at its disposal in terms of selecting a certain fuel forecast?
The company has been using price forecasts provided by Fax Global Energy.
Fax. Can you spell fax, please?
It's listed in my testimony. It's FGE is the acronym. You can find, I don't.
Thank you. And are you familiar with the forecast for future sales and system peak demand for Hawaii Island?
Yes.
And what about the resource plan that was used for purposes of the bill impact analysis?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the quantity, the size, type, and characteristics of future generating resources in that resource plan?
Yes.
How about the amount of reserves and other operating attributes needed for a secure system operation?
The concept, yes. The exact numbers are dependent on the renewables on the system.
Okay. Do you analyze the amount of reserves that are needed when you add a new renewable resource onto the grid?
Yes.
Did you also analyze the avoided GHG analysis?
We provided the avoided fuel consumption, and we provided that over to the other witnesses to calculate the GHG.
And when you analyze the avoided fuel consumption, did you look at one particular fossil unit in particular, or did you look at all fossil units?
We look at the whole system, not only fossil fuel units. We look at the production simulation, simulates what is going on in the system as far as, you know, all of the assumptions you previously mentioned, sales, price forecasts, new and existing resources, and how it all works together. And that leads to the avoided fuel consumption.
Okay. Did you perform the bill impacts analysis for the Hu Honua project in this remanded proceeding?
Yes.
And would that be the September 2021 bill impact analysis?
Yes.
And was that analysis updated in November 2021?
Subject to check, I believe, the time when information requests came in.
Updated analysis, what was the change in the assumption there?
Can you be specific on which updated analysis?
On the updated analysis that updated the September 2021 bill impact analysis.
I'm trying to think back. By September 2021 bill impact, that was what was provided in HELCO T3.
Right.
And by updated, was that a different one? I mean, there was an update to take out Puaco Solar. Is that the one you're asking about?
Yes. Were you involved in that update?
Yes.
Which involved the removal of Puaco Solar.
We did the analysis on it. I don't know what you mean by involved with the removal.
Were you involved in the updated bill impact analysis that assumed the removal of Puaco Solar?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Were you also involved in the bill impact analysis for the Hu Honua project that was issued in January of 2020?
Yes.
Were you also involved in the Hawaiian Electric bill impact analysis for the Hu Honua project that was issued in June 2017?
Yes.
And the one prior to that in May 2017?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the integrated grid planning process?
Yes.
As part of your responsibilities, do you assist with the integrated grid planning division within Hawaiian Electric?
To the extent we need to, yes.
And did you sponsor responses to information requests, HHB, HELCO, IR 5C?
I would have to check the list.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I will address this when the time comes. That's okay. Thank you. Did you also perform a production simulation analysis for the IGP process?
No.
What about for other PPA applications, such as the Stage 1 RFP projects for Hawaii Island?
Yes.
And did those analyses include the analysis for Waikoloa Solar
Yes.
and Halekuawehi?
Yes.
What about the bill impact analysis for the Stage 2 RFP projects?
Yes.
And do you know whether you will be the person to perform the analyses for the Stage 3 RFP projects?
It has not been determined yet.
Mr. Duanson, I'd like to turn your attention, I'd like to turn your attention to a response to an information request that I had asked Ms. Deha of Matsushima. She had deferred her response, at least part of her response to you. I'd like to ask you to turn your attention to CA Helco IR 59E. Share our screen. So in IR 59E, the question asks, if not already identified elsewhere, please identify the remaining net book value of each of the identified fossil fuel generating units that will be retired on an accelerated basis and all other costs that the company might seek to recover as stranded investments. Please provide the support for all identified amounts. Do you see that?
Yeah, if you could make it larger, that'd be great. But yes, I can see it. Okay,
And
thank
in
you.
response to subpart E, you responded that Hawaiian Electric Light has not determined if existing fossil fuel generating can be retired on an accelerated basis if the Hu Honua project is approved, and if such accelerated retirements offer cost, reliability, and resilience benefits to customers. Do you see that?
Yes.
So why has HELCO not determined whether existing fossil fuel generation can be retired on an accelerated basis?
In the production simulation model, we allow the units to be economically dispatched, so the units can turn on and off. So a unit does not need to be retired to be, reduce fossil fuel use. So we let the model run and operate the system to provide the lowest cost to operate the system. So accelerating the unit is accounted for in the analysis by the unit not being used. So the unit we didn't require a unit to be must run in a sense. So it's the economic benefits of not using a unit is already captured.
Okay, but in that modeling, is it because the modeling was designed to focus on what you just mentioned and not on whether units can be retired that it wasn't considered?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question? I didn't follow.
Sure. So, with respect to the modeling that you just described, where units can turn on and off, did the design of the modeling or the way it was set up, did it allow for units retirements to be considered? In other words, was it possible for a unit to show as retired in that modeling?
I see. Okay. In our production simulation model, no. So we were looking for the cost of the system.
Okay. So then my question is, did Hawaiian Electric attempt to do any other type of analysis or modeling, separate and apart from the production simulation, which would help to inform whether Hawaiian Electric would be able to retire existing fossil fuel generation?
No.
And do you know why not?
Well, retirements are a complex decision. So as units are added, as resources are added to the system, we want to make sure that the system has adequate reserve capacity. You know, we are an island system, so if something were to occur, a natural disaster or something, once a unit is retired, it can't be brought back into service. So we want to make sure that we can provide our customers with reliable service.
Okay. So if none of your fossil units were determined or assumed to be retired, does that mean those fossil units continue to remain in the rate base?
Yes.
And so ratepayers continue to pay for all those units?
It would pay for the fixed costs until a time that a decision to retire is made.
And if a unit was removed in your assumptions, but not retired, that still means that ratepayers are paying for that unit in the rate base. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you know whether Hu Honua will allow for the accelerated retirement of Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam?
No.
No.
I don't know. It wouldn't. So the Hu Honua will offset a lot of the generation that was provided by those units. But similar to one of the other responses, the Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna can provide nearly 3 times the amount of capacity as Hu Honua's 21.5 megawatts.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it adds up to about 50 megawatts. But is it your understanding that Hill 5, Hill 6, and Puna Steam may potentially be removed from service as early as 2025 and 2027?
It's possible, yes.
Well, in point in fact, that's what you indicated in your resource plan, in your bill impact analysis, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And will Hu Honua allow for one or more existing fast start diesel units, such as Waimea, or combustion turbines, such as CT1, CT2, CT3, to be retired on an accelerated basis?
We have not determined that.
Okay. Do you know whether those units could be potentially reduced when Hu Honua comes online?
They very likely will be reduced, yes.
Some of the energy produced by Keohole and HEP coming from dispatch above the minimum level?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Some of the energy produced by Keohole and HEP coming from dispatch above the minimum level required to operate those units?
Yeah, it is possible, yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many megawatts is the minimum load for Keohole?
It's subject to check. It's I'm gonna guess here. It's somewhere in the 15 to 20 megawatt range. That's for the dual train combined cycle.
Yeah. And that's essentially must-run generation?
At least one combustion turbine and the steam turbine is a single train combined cycle.
And by your estimate, that amounts to about 15 to 20 megawatts. Is that what you said?
That was for the dual train. So the single train would be a lower amount, somewhere maybe around 10 megawatts or so.
Okay, thank you. And what about HEP? Does HEP have a minimum level of operations?
HEP has the ability to turn completely off. When they are, sorry, I should say when they are online, yes, they do have a similar minimum amount.
Do you know what that amount is when they are online?
It's similar to the Keahole combined cycle, or whichever mode of operation Hamakua Energy is in. They could provide a simple cycle CT, a single train combined cycle, or a dual train combined cycle, and they all have different minimums.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what the amount is? Is it around 10 megawatts, 15
Yeah.
megawatts?
It depends.
If the cost of oil were continued to increase to the levels they are today, could that affect the dispatch level for those units?
It could, yes.
If the cost of oil continues to increase, could Hu Honua be dispatched ahead of those units?
Yes, it's possible.
I'd like to turn your attention to the adequacy of supply report. I believe you answered a couple of questions from the Consumer Advocates Council regarding the adequacy of supply. Are you familiar with the adequacy of supply report?
I am, yes.
Okay. I'm going to share the most recent adequacy of supply report dated January 31, 2022. See that?
Yes.
Scroll down to the table. Of the various units of generation, table 3.6. Do you see that?
Yes.
Should I zoom in? Can you see the text?
Proceed with your question.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you some questions regarding the amount of fossil fuel generation that ratepayers paid for in 2021 by way of having that capacity always available to ratepayers. So if you look at the sum total of all those units listed there, the very bottom, it says a system total amount of 259.65 megawatts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Of the approximately 260 megawatts of total generating capacity on Hawaiian Electric's grid, if you were to take out PGV, which is renewable, 24 megawatts, would you agree that leaves about 236 megawatts of fossil fuel generation on Hawaiian Electric's grid?
Subject to check. I believe your math.
Okay. And is it your understanding that all that 236 megawatts of fossil generation is firm generation?
In this list, yes.
And what is your understanding regarding Hu Honua's capacity under the amended PPA?
21.5 megawatts.
Okay. And so that's under the committed capacity under the PPA?
Yes.
And I believe earlier you had responded to a question from the Consumer Advocate where the Consumer Advocates Council asked whether there was a need for Hu Honua now. And your response was no. You remember that?
Yes.
So despite the fact that there's 235 megawatts of existing fossil fuel capacity on Hawaiian Electric's grid, and the fact that Hu Honua only makes up less than 10% of that firm capacity, Is your answer still that there's not a need for Hu Honua on the Hawaiian Electric grid?
Chair, I'm going to object to that. For one thing, it misstates his testimony, which was addressing on the ancillary benefits or the benefits of the existing facility as far as grid stability, et cetera, not just a generalized need. So I think he's misstating the prior testimony, and also it's argumentative.
Yamamoto, can you, and I believe this report here is not part of the witness's sponsored testimony, is that correct? The adequacy of supply.
The witness speaks to the adequacy of supply in, I believe.
But your question's not referencing off of his submitted testimony or IR responses, correct?
That's correct, but the witness did respond to the CA's question regarding the adequacy of supply.
We'll allow the question.
Apologize, I didn't intend for the question to sound argumentative.
Please respond.
Mr.
Can you restate the question, please?
Sure. In your opinion, is there still a need, or is there a need for Hu Honua today, given the fact that there's 235 or 236 megawatts of fossil fuel capacity that ratepayers continue to pay for on the grid, and Hu Honua only makes up less than 10% of that generating capacity?
Based on the analysis provided in this adequacy of supply report, the energy reserve margin is satisfied for the Hawaii Island for pretty much the whole study period, except for a couple of hours in 1 year when there's a full plant outage for Hamakua Energy.
Okay.
Let me turn off my phone.
And again, in your production simulation modeling, it did not take into account whether any of these fossil units would be retired. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Enton, can I turn your attention to the June 30, 2017 letter from Hawaiian Electric attaching the bill impact analysis?
Okay, if you can bring that up, I
Sure,
don't have
I'll
that
share the
readily
screen.
available.
And I'm going to compare it to the most recent bill impact analysis. So this is where I'm going with my question. And I believe you said you were involved with the preparation of both. Is that right?
Yes.
So first, in the June 30, 2017 bill impact analysis, can I turn your attention down to the table? Scroll down. Just keep scrolling down. Attachment 4. You see attachment 4, customer bill impact? Okay. And if you were to look at the right-hand column, at the top it says, can you explain what that is?
That's our calculation of customer bill impact. So the cost of the project minus the benefits from the project, and then we translate that into a typical customer impact for a 500 kilowatt per month customer.
Okay. And did you total that over the 30-year term of the PPA?
What do you mean by total? Like add it all up? No, we did not.
Did you average it?
No. Well, it could be elsewhere in the document. I mean, it's not on this sheet.
What is the number at the very bottom in that right-hand column represent?
That's a net present valuation. So it's the net present value of the cost of the case without Hu Honua, and the cost, the net present value of the case with Hu Honua, and then you divide that by 500. I mean, excuse me, you divide that by sales and you multiply by 500.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a net present value calculation. It's not an average or a sum.
Did this negative $2.50 represent a savings to customers' bill impacts?
Yes,
It was in June of 2017. Is that right?
that's what it shows. Yes.
Are you aware of whether the PUC approved the amended PPA in consideration of that bill impact analysis?
I do not recall exactly what was in the decision and order.
Turning your attention to the most recent November 2021 bill impact analysis, to the same table. Okay, again, if you were to look at the rightmost column, do you see that?
Yes.
And would you agree that this column represents the same information that you just looked at for the 2017 bill impact analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a chance to total up those numbers to arrive at bottom? Some at the bottom here.
Sorry, are you
Do you know what
asking?
do you know what
referring
the average? Yeah, do you know what the average monthly increase to ratepayers is based on this column?
I do not have that calculation available. We'd have to calculate it.
$10.97 a month. Sound right?
Subject to check. I believe your math.
I believe that was in Hawaiian Electric's statement of position. So I have some questions about the differences between the June 2017 and the November 2021 bill impact analyses, particularly with respect to this column on the bill impacts. So are you aware of the fact that the amended PPA terms have not changed,
That's correct.
including the pricing terms within the amended PPA?
Correct.
So given that the pricing terms of the amended PPA have not changed since 2017, what, in your opinion, was primary reason that we now have a delta of $13.47 between the negative $2.50 in 2017 and the positive $10.97 in 2021?
So it's the factors that are listed in my testimony. There have been many assumption changes, such as the fuel price forecast, the resource plan, and even the sales forecasts have been changing over the years between 2017 and 2021.
Okay, and with respect to the future fuel price forecasts, you said that your Hawaiian Electric's forecasting team selected that fuel price forecast?
Yes.
And is that the only fuel price forecast available to Hawaiian Electric?
That is what we use for this analysis.
Do you know the date of that fuel price forecast that was used for purposes of this November 2021 bill impact analysis?
It's in my testimony. I believe it's March of 2021.
Okay, so almost a year ago, or maybe 1 year ago today. Do you know whether oil prices have gone up since 1 year ago when you had used that fuel price forecast?
I have not been tracking oil prices, no.
So you don't know what the cost of oil was in March of 2021 versus the cost of oil in March of 2022?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. If I were to tell you that the cost of fuel has gone up some 50 to 60%, would that potentially impact the bill impact analysis? Because today's fuel price forecast would show a higher cost of oil?
Objection, proper hypothetical. The Mr. Yamamoto is switching between the fuel price forecast of March of 2021, but now talking about actual cost increases and asking whether or not that would impact it. There's still no facts and evidence as to whether or not the fuel price forecasts of a year later would actually reflect the actual increase of costs, or if those were priced into the forecast, et cetera. So there's a whole lot of facts not in evidence that are assumed in that question. It's also vague because you're combining two different terminologies. You're using actual costs versus projected fuel forecast there. So I think that's vague and confusing.
I can rephrase the question.
You can rephrase, or if I remember right, the actual forecast is in testimony here. Do you want to reference off of that?
Sure. So, Mr. Enton, with respect to your March 2021 fuel price forecast used in your bill impact analysis, do you believe that if you were to use a fuel price forecast that you obtained from your fuel price forecast group today in March of 2022, that would potentially impact the bill impact analysis?
I can't speculate on that because I don't know what kind of forecast numbers they would give us.
Requested it?
No, not yet.
Do you think it would be prudent to request and update your bill impact analysis based on those updated figures to provide the PUC with the most recent information available?
It could be done, yeah. We don't have a forecast yet, though.
Fair enough. With respect to the forecast for future sales and system peak, where did you obtain those forecasts?
Those are developed by Hawaiian Electric's forecasting department.
Okay, and what kinds of things do those sales forecasts take into account?
It's documented. You can refer to my testimony. There is actually a description and a link to Hawaiian Electric's website that provides the background information of the development of the sales forecasts.
Okay. And do you know whether the sales forecast between 2017 and 2021 changed?
Yes.
And did that change result in Hu Honua's pack pricing looking less costly or more costly?
It wasn't, the sales was just one of the many assumptions. So I can't say with certainty if that was the cause or not.
Same question for the fuel price forecast. Was there a change between the 2017 fuel price forecast and the 2021 fuel price forecast?
Yes.
Do you recall whether the 2021 fuel price forecast assumed a lower cost of fuel as compared to the 2017 version?
We would have to look at them side by side to make that comparison.
And you have not done that yet?
No, I have not.
Back to the resource plan. How did you determine the resource plan that was used in your production simulation?
the resource plan was developed for the integrated grid planning process that was just described by Chris Lao.
And if you were to compare the 2017 versus the 2021 resource plans, would you say that in 2021, there are a lot more resources in 2021?
I'm not sure how you can quantify a lot.
Are there more resources in 2021?
There are different resources, yes.
They add up to a bigger or a larger capacity in 2021.
Yes. Well, subject to check, I think, yes.
I think you also mentioned that the amount of reserves could also impact the bill impact analysis. So between 2017 and 2021, do you know what changed in terms of the amount of reserves?
Yes, you can refer to my testimony. There is also a description to the integrated grid planning process that describes the reserves and how the methodology for that.
Did you change your approach to modeling system operations between 2017 bill impact analysis and 2021's bill impact analysis in any way?
Can you clarify what that means by change in system operation?
So did you change the design or how you modeled the bill impact analysis in 2017 versus in 2021?
We changed the assumptions. The general modeling is still the same or similar.
Did you use the same modeling tool?
Yes, the Plexos model was used for both.
I believe Mr. Lao earlier stated that Hawaiian Electric also uses a second tool. Are you familiar with that second tool?
Yes.
And was that also used in 2017 and 2021?
Yes.
And setting aside the assumptions, because we all know assumptions can change over time. How the model was instructed to operate changed between 2017 and 2021.
Can you restate? I'm not sure I understand your question.
My question is, setting aside the fact that assumptions can change, so we understand the assumption between 2017 and 2021 can change. Setting that aside, were there any changes to the modeling parameters or the instructions that Hawaiian Electric gave to that modeling that differed between 2017 and 2021?
No, the assumptions drive the modeling.
Okay, thank you. That the fuel price for each year in 2017 and 2021 differed.
Sorry, was that a question?
Sorry, strike that. Did you use the same fuel price forecast in 2017 and in 2021?
No.
Did you use the same source for the fuel price forecast in 2017 and 2021?
Yes.
Source.
Sorry. Was that a question?
Yes, what was the source of
I
the fuel
already
price
mentioned that
forecast?
it's Global Energy. It's
That was
in my
that was used for
testimony.
both.
Yeah, you can
Sorry.
refer back to the 2017 assumptions also. Wait, let me correct myself on that. Depending on which 2017, it's been a while. Sorry, I don't remember exactly. We may have used the Power Supply Improvement Plan fuel price forecast, which may have been something different. I would have to check. I don't have that readily available. But in any case, the fuel price forecast has been revised and updated over time.
Okay, thank you. Would any other witness know or be able to confirm whether the same source for the fuel price forecast was used in 2017 and 2021?
The document you had open a few minutes ago from 2017, it's in there.
Again. Share our screen. So this is the document from 2017.
This is the second document. There was a previous 2017 document. It might be in there from me. Yeah, you can find it. It's on the record. Sorry, I don't have everything open. But in any case, to make the point again, fuel prices have changed over time, and we have included that in our analysis.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the cost of diesel, ECRC reports?
No.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the ECRC reports that Hawaiian Electric publishes on a monthly basis?
I'm aware they exist, but I'm not involved in the preparation of those documents.
Okay. Do you know whether oil is used as the primary feedstock for Helco's fossil generating plants?
I'll make an assumption, yes.
For the diesel fuel production?
Yes.
Do you know whether the cost of oil is a significant factor for the price of diesel fuel?
Yes.
Is it or is it not?
Yeah, the price of fossil fuel diesel is a fossil fuel. So yeah, as the price of fossil fuel changes, so would the price of diesel.
Okay. And would you agree that the cost of oil prices are variable?
Yes.
And would you agree that the price of oil at Brent in March 2021, which is what, based on what you said, was the month that you used the fuel price forecast for your bill impact analysis, Do you know whether, are you aware that it was $65 a barrel at the time?
No.
Are you aware that in the past week, the cost of oil, the cost of Brent oil has increased to $100 a barrel?
I believe you. I haven't read the news every day, but I believe it sounds reasonable. There is, worldwide conflict going on.
I'd like to turn your attention to your response to PUC IR 17. Exhibit Helco-305. It's the most recent bill impacts analysis, Helco-305. Attachment 2.
Okay.
You compared the sales forecast in Helco-305 to the corresponding sales forecast in your previous May 2017 bill impact analysis.
If you put them side by side, you can see the difference.
I'll look at 2017 as well. You can see the sales forecast on the right document, but on the left document, looks like the June 30, 2017 was an update, so maybe it didn't include the sales forecast. It may have been the May 17.
Did you have a question about it?
Yes. So I wanted to compare the two side by side, so and ask you a question about it. Yeah, we're pulling it up now. Sorry about that. This is a document from May 24, 2017. Wine Electric's bill impact analysis, and it indicates the sales forecast that was assumed. And if you look at the sales forecast, gigawatt hours. And on the right side, I apologize. I'm being told that we need to pull July 17, 2017 errata that Wine Electric filed for the most updated version in 2017. Pulling it up now. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Enton. So on the left side, you'll see the July 7, 2017 notice of errata filed by Hawaiian Electric regarding the bill impact analysis. And if you scroll down, you can see the sales forecast for the years
Yes.
19 through 2048.
Yes.
And I'd like to focus your attention 2022, which says 992 gigawatt hours. Turning to the right side, which is the 2021 bill impact analysis, it shows that for the year 2022, the sales forecast is 988,000 megawatt hours or 988 gigawatt hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
To the year 2045 in the left side, it indicates sales forecasts of 729 gigawatt hours. See that?
Yes.
And on the right side for the year 2045, in gigawatt hours, it's 1,120 gigawatt hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
So it appears that in 2022, they're pretty close in value in terms of the sales forecast, but in 2045, there's a pretty big difference. By my calculation, it's around 54% higher in 2021 sales forecast. Do you know why the sales forecast changed so much?
Yeah, so in the 2017 timeframe, that was based on the 2016 Power Supply Improvement Plan that had a desire to, try to make use of as much renewable, not renewable, it's rooftop renewables. So the forecast was optimistic that, or it planned for, it's just planned for that there would be a lot of rooftop PV that would actually bring down the sales forecast. The one in the 2021, there's a lesser assumption of rooftop PV adoption, and there's also more recent types of assumptions to include things like electric vehicle adoption. So the forecast actually changes for several reasons.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Going back to the adequacy of supply report, I don't think I have to bring it up. I just have a general question. So with respect to the adequacy of supply report, in that report, it refers to an energy reserve margin. Is that Hawaiian Electric's preferred metric for the ability of its resource plan to meet load?
That is what we're using in the integrated grid planning process, yes.
Okay. And so because the increased sales forecast in the 2021 bill impact analysis is paired with a significant increase in new additional energy resources, is the energy reserve margin in the 2021 bill impact analysis higher than in the 2017 bill impact analysis?
We did not calculate energy reserve margin.
Did the energy reserve margin play any part in the bill impact analysis?
It was used as the basis to create the future resource additions.
Okay. And if it was the basis to create the future resource additions and that energy reserve margin changed between 2017 and 2021, could that have impacted the 2021 bill impact analysis?
Sorry, I didn't follow your question. Are you saying that using the energy reserve margin in 2021 changed the resource plan? Because yes, it does.
Thank you. Is the energy reserve margin at 30% greater than the 20% reserve margin criteria in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. So does that change in criteria potentially impact the 2021 bill impact analysis?
I don't understand your question. So yeah, if you change our criteria, it does change the resource plan, which we did incorporate into our analysis.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. Would a higher energy reserve margin in the base case indicate that Hu Honua would be dispatched less, which would increase its adverse bill impacts?
The energy reserve margin and dispatch are different things. One, the energy reserve margin is looking at the amount of energy reserves on the system. And second, the dispatch of the unit would be like an operational cost of the system is different.
Thank you. Chair, I noticed I've been going for over an hour now. Did you want to pause for a break, or do you want me to just continue going forward?
Just, do you have a rough estimate of how much longer you think you have your examination?
I still have several questions for this witness. I don't know how long that would take.
Okay, why don't we take a break? We'll come back at 3:30. Thank you. We're in recess. We'll start in 2 minutes. So I think we have everyone. Mr. Yamamoto, are you ready to proceed?
I am. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Enton?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Enton. I'd like to draw your attention to, again, the most recent bill impact analysis in response to PUC HELCO IR 17, HELCO-301, Attachment 2, and the June 30, 2017 bill impact analysis, Exhibit A. So we're going to share our screen. Okay, Mr. Enton, can you see on the left side, table of resources? All right, we're going to scroll down.
Okay, yes.
Okay, and at the top it says Hawaiian Electric Resource Plan Comparison. Can you explain this table?
So yeah, in the left side was the Hawaii Electric Lights December 2016 Power Supply Improvement Plan. If you refer back to that plan, there was a description of the process that got us to the December plan, and one of them was, doing different types of scenarios within the planning process. So there was that was the plan that was used to get to that, and then the one on the right side is the 2016 Power Supply Improvement Plan, and we added in Hu Honua for the purposes of the analysis.
Okay, and then on the right side, it says updated resource plans. This is what you guys provided in your most recent bill impact analysis. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And on the right side, in 2021, there appears to be many more energy producing resources as compared to in the 2017 plan. Can you explain that?
So the 2021 resource plan does include, the recent request for a proposal projects. Those are in there, and then some of the recent developments in, consumer-based renewable energy type things. And then, like was mentioned several times already, the resource expansion model, added some proxy units in there.
Okay. So I noticed that in the 2017 resource plan, Hawaiian Electric used round numbers for the megawatts of the units. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right side, Hawaiian Electric used very specific figures, including the 2 decimal places. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain why that is? Why, in the more recent one, it seems to be a lot more specific in terms of the precise number of megawatts?
That was just the the modeling output. So in the process of the integrated grid planning, we're trying to set up for future procurements. So the thinking now is this is the needs of the system. And so, you would procure in that range. In 2016, it was, we rounded it, so it was easy to read pretty much. I mean, the concept back then was the same too, but it's just ease of reading.
I see. Okay, and so in 2021, did you use an automated capacity planning system or an expansion tool?
Yeah, I believe we discussed that already.
Okay. And did you use the same expansion tool in 2017 as well?
Yes.
Was Plexos used for both the base case and the alternate cases?
Yes.
Without the project and the alternate case with the project?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the key assumptions from the modeling simulation?
It's listed in my testimony.
Okay. What were the key outputs from the simulation?
It's listed in my testimony.
Did it include the energy produced for each generating unit?
That is the model does look at that, yes.
Okay. And does it include the fuel consumed for each generating unit?
Yes.
Does it indicate whether it's a utility-owned unit or a non-utility-owned unit?
Yes.
And does it indicate the energy from each variable generation unit?
Yes.
And the cost of fuel consumed for each unit?
Yes.
Missing anything? Is there anything else?
That's the main outputs of a model.
Okay. In order to run your Plexo simulation, did you need to forecast the variable cost per megawatt hour of each energy production? I'm sorry, of energy production of each resource shown in the updated resource plans?
Yes.
And was this forecast 30 years into the future?
Yes. It covers the term of the power purchase agreement.
Okay. What was the Hu Honua project's hourly dispatch based on?
Economic dispatch.
Was it based on the cost of energy?
Yeah, yes. Its energy price and its variable O&M price determines the dispatch price.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to HELCO-301 attachment 2.
Are you going to bring that up?
Sorry, I have one more question before I move on. So I understand that Hawaiian Electric has an operational requirement that requires that at least 4 large units be online. Are you familiar with that operational requirement?
Sort of, yes.
Okay. And did the Plexos production simulation reflect that operational requirement to have at least 4 large units online?
No, we relaxed that constraint for the purposes of this to allow other resources to come onto the system.
Mean by relaxed that constraint?
Took it out.
Was that not taken into account at all?
Yeah, we took it out.
Okay. Turning your attention to HELCO-301 attachment 2. I'm going to share our screen. I have some questions regarding the resources indicated in this updated resource plan, Mr. Enton, and I'm hoping you could shed some light on some of these resources. Do you see in the year 2022, it says HRD continues?
Yes.
What is HRD?
Heavy renewable development, wind farm.
And has a contract extension been approved by the commission for this project?
There's a docket in progress.
So by in process, does that mean it has not yet been approved yet?
Correct.
But it is included in your production simulation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did you model HRD's energy price, assuming the contract gets extended?
For the purposes of we continued their pricing, and then we switched over to the future, based on the NREL pricing that Christopher Lao described. We used that as a proxy for future prices because at the time this was done, we didn't know what the price was.
Okay, so you used a proxy price instead of the price that was proposed in the amended PPA that it was going to be submitted to the commission. Is that right?
Yes.
How do you estimate the installed cost or annual capacity cost of the contract extension?
There was none.
Okay. And was that for both the installed cost and the annual capacity costs?
I believe so. Subject to check. I forget exactly what every resource assumption was.
Do you recall what the energy cost of the HRD contract extension was?
No. You can refer to that document.
Are there any other modeled costs you have not discussed with respect to HRD?
Not sure. No.
What is the projected duration of annual maintenance for HRD?
Sorry, I do not recall every single assumption for every single resource. That's voluminous information.
Okay, I'm just trying to better understand for some of these resources what was assumed. Do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance was?
No.
It's okay if you don't know. Just let me know. In 2023, it says Wailuku River Hydro continues. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And has the Wailuku River Hydro contract extension been approved by the PUC?
No.
Okay. And yet it was considered in this resource plan, correct?
Yes.
And how did you model Wailuku River Hydro's energy price?
I think so if you're going to ask for every single assumption for every single resource, I can't recall that voluminous information for every resource for every component. Sorry.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Yuenton. I understand that. I'm just asking if you know for this particular project.
No, I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you recall what the energy contract costs for Wailuku River Hydro was?
No, I don't know.
Do you recall what the projected duration of annual maintenance was?
No, I don't know.
What about for the PGV 46 megawatt assumption that was placed in 2024? It says repower PGV from 38 megawatts to 46 megawatts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with that expansion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether the contract extension has been approved by the PUC yet?
It has not been approved yet. And yes, if you're going to ask me if it's in the plan, yes, it's in the plan.
You. How did you model PGV's energy price?
It's according to the terms of their amended and restated power purchase agreement.
So you did not use a proxy for that one.
No, because this was we knew the parameters of this project.
In that modeling, did you assume the 227,000 megawatt hour must take generation?
Sorry, what are you referring to? The one from the amended and restated power purchase agreement requirement?
That's correct.
Yes. Oh wait, let me correct that. We modeled it according to the terms of the power purchase agreement. Yeah, and as far as this specific megawatt hours and stuff, you have to check what the terms of the agreement are.
Do you recall whether the terms of that amended PGV agreement include a must-take generation amount of 26 megawatts?
Sorry, I can't remember all the specifics of the contract. I don't know.
Okay. How did you model the on-peak and off-peak price?
I think that goes subject to check the new agreement. I don't think that's in there anymore.
I see. Okay. How did you model the unit beyond the must-take generation amount?
According to the terms of the contract. So you'd have to refer to the contract. I don't know exactly on it. Everything about the contract at the moment.
I'm asking you, how did you model how it was dispatched beyond the must-take generation component?
It was dispatched according to the terms of the agreement.
Do you know whether that is based on economic dispatch?
I believe so, yes.
And how did you model PGV's capacity price?
It's a fixed price. It's in the amount. It's in the calculations of the total net present value of the system.
And did you project a duration of annual maintenance in your assumptions?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is?
No.
Did you assume a forced outage rate for PGV?
I don't remember. I don't know.
Person to recall that information.
I don't know.
I'll move on. 2023, there's an entry for Waikoloa Solar and Halekuawehi. You see that?
Yes.
And for purposes of your modeling, did you assume the annual lump sum payment for both Waikoloa Solar and Halekuawehi?
Yes.
That was pursuant to the terms of the approved PPAs?
Yes.
And how did you model the annual cost? Was it on a per lump sum basis or a per megawatt hour basis?
It's on a per lump basis.
Okay, so it was based on a per lump basis, so that's regardless of how many megawatt hours actually received by ratepayers. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
Are there any other modeled costs with respect to those two projects that informed your assumptions?
No.
And do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance was for that?
I don't know.
Thank you. With respect to the CBRE 5 megawatt PV, in 2025? How did you estimate the annual capacity cost of that project?
I don't recall. It should be according, yeah, I don't recall exactly. It should be according to the terms of the proposed CBRE pricing.
Do you know whether that project has been approved yet?
The program has been approved.
So it can proceed then?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what the payment terms that were assumed were?
No, I don't know.
Do you know how the annual cost was modeled?
No, I don't know.
For example, was it on a lump sum basis or a per megawatt hour basis? You don't know.
I don't know.
And do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance is for that project?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Next. Same year in 2025, I believe it indicates a 25 megawatt PV plus 100 megawatt hour BESS. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you model this as a utility resource or an IPP resource?
Maybe an independent power producer resource.
How did you estimate the annual cost of this resource?
We just talked about that.
Is this the same resource as the CBRE 5 megawatt project?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I read them as two separate projects, so thank you. So is it your understanding that the CBRE 5 megawatt PV and the 25 megawatt PV plus 100 megawatt hour BESS is in fact the same project?
No, it could be multiple projects. It's the program. It's the placeholder for the entire program. It could be multiple projects.
Okay, but for purposes of modeling, did you treat it as a single resource?
Yes.
In 2025, the resource plan also indicates the installation of a 20.32 megawatt standalone BESS. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's modeled as a utility resource or an IPP resource?
Independent power producer. All of the future resources are all independent power producers, assumed to be resources.
How did you estimate the annual cost of the 20.32 megawatt standalone BESS?
It was discussed earlier from Christopher Lao's testimony.
And sorry, what was that?
It was discussed earlier.
But do you recall what Mr. Lao said?
Not verbatim. He referred to the integrated grid planning and the NREL assumptions.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall what the forecasted installed cost was?
No.
And do you recall what the annual cost was?
No, you just asked that. No.
As part of the modeling, did you assume or did you estimate the fixed O&M cost for the standalone BESS?
I don't know. You'd have to check what the input assumptions were for costs. Sorry, was that a question?
Is that information provided to Hu Honua?
It's available on the company's website. It's referenced in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. And how did you model the fixed O&M cost of this resource?
Sorry, I don't know. Sorry, are we waiting for a response?
Yeah, I asked who would know. You said I asked you how did you model the fixed O&M cost for this resource in your modeling, and you said you don't know. So I was just asking if you know who would know.
Well, I would have to check with someone on my staff.
Did you estimate the variable O&M cost for this standalone BESS?
You'd have to check what the cost assumptions were to see what the breakout was for the battery.
And if you know, do you know how it was modeled, the variable O&M cost for the battery?
No, I don't know.
And do you know whether do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance was for the BESS?
No, I don't know.
2025, you also indicate that there will be an installation of 49.42 megawatts of wind. See that?
Yes.
And again, this is an IPP resource, correct?
Yes.
How did you estimate the annual capacity cost of this wind resource?
We have to refer to the integrated grid planning input assumptions or resource costs. That applies for all of the future resources.
So I can find that in docket 2018-0165.
Correct. Well, it's probably easier to find it on Hawaiian Electric's website.
And, do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance is?
No, I don't know.
The next one is in 2027, it says Tahiri continues. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Has a contract extension been approved by the PUC for the Tahiri contract extension?
No.
And it was assumed as a resource in this bill impact analysis, correct?
Yes.
How did you model Tahiri's energy price?
The same we did as HRD.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't use an actual price or a cost, you used the proxy for wind?
Yes.
Do you begin any negotiations with Tahiri on a future price?
That's out of my area.
And how did you estimate the annual capacity cost for Tahiri?
It's the price that we just discussed about the proxy price.
Okay, so that includes the annual capacity costs.
It's the proxy, yes.
Do you know what the energy cost was for Tahiri?
No, I don't know.
And do you know what the projected duration of annual maintenance was?
No, I don't know.
In 2030, you indicate 20.17 megawatts standalone BESS. This is modeled as an IPP resource, correct?
Yes. All future resources in this plan are independent power producers.
Including the ones that are indicated in the years 2030, 2045, and 2050?
Except for the conversions, yes. All new additions are were assumed to be independent power producers.
How did you estimate the annual cost for this standalone BESS?
The same as the one we did in 2025.
And was that a proxy?
Yes. All future units use proxy prices, if you're going to ask that about future units.
Okay, thank you. And is that information available both in the 2018-0165 docket and Hawaiian Electric's website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You project the duration of annual maintenance for this project?
I don't know.
What the projected duration is, right?
I don't know. So if you're going to ask that about the future batteries in 2045 and 2050, I don't know either. Oh, sorry, there's no battery in 2045, 2050.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You meant 2050, right?
Yes.
But even though those batteries are paired with PV.
Yeah, you would have to refer to the input assumptions. It's defined there.
In 2030, you indicate in your resource plan 10.66 megawatts of wind. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you estimate the annual capacity cost of this?
Same as the wind project in 2025, proxy costs.
Proxy cost? Okay, thank you. Forecasted cost was, is that right?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you know what the forecasted installed cost of this wind project is?
No, I don't know.
What the projected duration of annual maintenance?
No, I don't know.
Thank you. In 2030, it says HEP continues. Has the HEP contract extension been approved by the PUC?
No.
How did you estimate the capacity and energy costs for the HEP contract extension?
Subject to check, we extended the existing contract.
At the same pricing terms?
Yes, as a planning assumption, yes.
Okay. And for purposes of the assumptions then, beyond the year 2030, you assume the same pricing and that did that duration extend all the way to the year 2050?
Oh.
Okay, can you please explain until what year that assumption was made?
2045. In 2045, it converts to biodiesel. So it's using 100% biodiesel from 2045.
And from 2045 on, what was the pricing assumption for HEP?
It's the existing contract pricing, but it's using biodiesel, 100% biodiesel.
So was there a change in the pricing assumption for the source of fuel?
Yes, we're using biodiesel.
Do you recall what the assumed price of biodiesel was in your assumptions?
It's in my testimony.
Did you provide a dollar value for that cost in your testimony?
The fuel, sorry, asking about the dollar of the fuel price forecast?
The dollar value of the assumed biodiesel fuel price in your testimony. Was that provided in your testimony?
Yes.
And did you take into account the fixed O&M cost and the variable O&M cost for HEP in your assumptions?
Yes.
And do you recall what the projected duration of annual maintenance was?
No, it would be consistent with the current assumptions.
How did you model the fuel cost for the HEP extension?
We use biodiesel pricing.
Well, sorry, let me repeat my question. How did you model the cost of fuel between 2030 and 2045? And same question for the years after 2045.
So from prior to 2045, we assumed that it would be a 80% naphtha and 20% biodiesel blend. And from 2045 on, it would be 100% biodiesel.
Okay, thank you. Why did you assume a 20% biodiesel blend between 2030 and 2045?
That's our understanding of their current fuel blend.
Understanding that that is the percentage makeup of biodiesel being used today for HEP?
Yes.
And did you also provide in your testimony the cost of that biodiesel between the years 2030 and 2045?
Yes.
Are any of the cost parameters different depending on the type of fuel that's being used? For example, oil versus biodiesel?
No.
In 2045, your resource plan indicates the installation of 38.75 megawatts of geothermal. Do you see that?
Yes.
How did you estimate the annual cost of geothermal in 2045?
It's a proxy price. We've talked about this.
This be a new geothermal unit in a separate location from PGV?
That is the assumption, yes.
Do you recall what that forecasted annual capacity cost of this geothermal project was in your assumptions?
No.
Can we find that information in docket 2018-0165?
Yes.
Sorry, can we find that information on Hawaiian Electric's website?
Yes.
Thank you. How did you estimate the fuel for that geothermal project?
You have to refer to the input assumptions. It's specified there.
Do you assume a forced outage rate for that project?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't know exactly offhand.
Where would we be able to determine that information?
It's in the input assumptions.
– 2050, it looks like you assumed 19.71 megawatt PV plus 78.84 megawatt BESS project and a 14.99 megawatt PV and 89.94 megawatt BESS project. Do you see that?
Yes.
The first of those two projects incorporates 4-hour storage and the second one incorporates 6-hour storage. Do you see that?
Yes.
And did you use proxy pricing for these two projects as well?
Yes.
Do you recall what the assumed cost, annual capacity cost was for these two projects?
No.
Do you recall what the projected duration of annual maintenance was?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Enton, I'd like to turn your attention to HHB, HELCO, SIR 5D.
Are you going to bring that up, or?
Yeah, we'll share our
Put them
screen.
on? Okay.
Yeah, just a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is in 5D. Why did HELCO assume the extension of the Tahiri PPA term from 2027 on? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and the response that you provided says, I'm sorry, it's D1 that I'm referring to. It says the pricing for the extension of Tahiri was assumed similar to the RFP projects, an annual lump sum developed using NREL estimates of capital and fixed O&M to build a similar project. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to strike my question regarding this. Mr. Enton, are you familiar with the two phase 1 RFP projects?
Yes.
The PPAs for the Waikoloa Solar and the Halekuawehi projects each state a price per kilowatt, but the actual payment is a lump sum, independent kilowatt hour delivery, correct?
Yes.
So if these projects dispatch less than the NEP under those PPAs, wouldn't the equivalent cost per delivered kilowatt hour be higher than the 8 or 9 cents per kilowatt hour indicated for those projects?
It could be yes.
For example, if these costs, if these if these projects dispatch half the NEP amount, cost potentially double.
Yes.
Is it reasonable to assume that future resource additions would be priced in the same way?
Unknown, possibly.
Do you know whether Hawaiian Electric plans to continue using the RDG PPA structure for projects, including for the projects in RFP3?
It's in our proposed draft, yes.
Future resources be built by Hawaiian Electric with most of the costs rate-based?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
If future resources were to be built by Hawaiian Electric, would most of that cost be rate-based?
So that's I'm not familiar with recovery for those types of things.
The ratepayer cost of a resource have any impact on the level of generation planning?
The level of generation would be dependent on the contractual operation. So if it is a renewable dispatchable generator, for example, the project would be dispatched according to the terms of that contract.
Okay. Going back to your simulation, your production simulation, do the costs reported in the production simulation include the lump sum payments for contracts or capital revenue requirements for the utility projects?
Yes.
Back to the bill impacts, HELCO-301. Okay. So Mr. Enton, would you agree that on the left side represents the base case and Hu Honua is not included in this column? Whereas on the right side in the alternate case, Hu Honua is included in this column?
Yes.
See that? Okay. And Hu Honua project online.
Excuse me? What was that?
The Hu Honua project online, under the alternate case resource plan, shouldn't some of the future resource additions listed here be removed because it would no longer be needed to reliably meet load?
We didn't test that.
Was there a reason why you did not test that?
Yeah, it was discussed earlier. So the intent was to try and find the impact from the project. So that was one piece. Also, if you recall back to the 2017, I think it was in PUC IR 2 or 3, there was a write-up about how adding future renewables that could lower the cost of the plan. So, we've carried that forward since then. So we just look at the impact to the system of having the project in or out.
Okay. But if in fact some of the resources in the alternate plan can come out with Hu Honua in, wouldn't that reduce the bill impact in your analysis?
I don't know. We didn't test.
Are the bill impacts intended to represent the additional costs incurred by ratepayers if Hu Honua were added to the portfolio?
Yes.
Okay, and if some of the resources in the alternate case are not developed because of Hu Honua, wouldn't that reduce Hu Honua's bill impacts?
I'm speculating, but I'm going to say yes. Good.
Okay, thank you. Did you analyze any other impacts of the Hu Honua project on the system and on its customers?
Yeah, we analyze RPS and the emissions.
Okay. What about fuel price volatility? Do you analyze
We
the
only
impact
use
on fuel
one
price volatility?
No.
Did you analyze the export of funds for fuel imports as part of your analysis?
No.
Did you analyze fuel supply reliability risk as part of your analysis?
No.
Did you analyze the cost associated with GHG emissions in your analysis?
We analyze the cost of the system.
Specifically, did you analyze the incremental cost associated with GHG emissions in your analysis?
No, because we don't have an established cost per GHG.
Are you aware that the federal government has a cost per ton of GHG emissions?
No.
Do you think that if GHG emissions were reduced, it would be a benefit of the project?
Yes. I mean, if GHGs are reduced, yes, I think that's a benefit for everybody.
And did you attempt to quantify that benefit in any way?
The other company has quantified the GHGs, yes.
Do you attempt to quantify that benefit in dollars?
No.
Thank you. If you had a dollar value or a cost associated with GHG emissions, do you think that it could be included in Hawaiian Electric's future bill impact analyses?
I don't know. I would have to consider it at the time.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to, actually, strike that. Do you have any opinion as to how the commission should determine the value or the cost benefit of GHG reduction action with this
Objection.
project?
This witness has no basis for answering that question.
Mr. Kerr, it's not your witness.
I understand that. I'm simply lodging a complaint that may be needed for an appeal.
Objection noted. Please answer the question.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. In your opinion, should the commission determine the value or the cost benefit of GHG reduction attributable to the Hu Honua project?
I'm going to go ahead and object on that one, Chair. The witness's opinion is not relevant to the subject of his testimony or the issues that he is testifying on here today.
Mr. Yamamoto, where's the relevance to Mr. Wenton's testimony?
I believe Mr. Wenton was responsible for preparing the Elco-501.
I guess the question, you're asking him to speculate about the commission.
And to opine on what the commission should do, which is really somewhat of a legal question as well.
Okay, I will strike the question. Mr. Wenton? I'd like to turn your attention to Exhibit Helco 302.
Okay.
Sorry, we're going to share our screen. Helco-30302. See the table in Helco-302?
Yes.
This table represent?
The fuel price forecast.
Okay. And earlier you stated that oil prices are variable, correct?
Yes.
Is it likely that oil prices, which currently exceed the forecast, continue to exceed the forecast in Exhibit Helco 302?
Objection, that's outside the scope of this witness's reasonably expected testimony. As has been covered at length, the fuel price forecasts were provided from a third party. He is not offered up as an expert in what future fuel costs would be, and I think asking his opinion in that context is inappropriate.
Mr. Yamamoto, can you restate? I mean, we have been through this. I mean, I think Mr. Wenton did answer the questions on the basis of this forecast and that they don't have another one that they were planning. So I'm not.
Yeah, I'll rephrase the question, Chair. Would Hu Honua help to mitigate oil price volatility or variability on Hawaiian Electric ratepayers?
Yes. Hu Honua will reduce the company's exposure to fossil fuel price volatility.
Okay. How does Hawaiian Electric value the ability of Hu Honua to reduce oil price volatility or variability on electric bills?
I don't think we can quantify that, but it's good. It's better for our ratepayers to have, some stability in their bills.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Enton, is the bill impact analysis intended to represent the full benefits of the Hu Honua project?
Can you define what you mean by full benefits?
Benefits including jobs, the economic infusion of money into the economy, the ability to use invasive species, those other types of benefits.
No.
Okay, Chair, I noticed it's 4:30 p.m. Did you want me to continue or?
Well, that depends. Over an hour ago, you said you just had a few more questions. So are you close to concluding?
No, I'm not close to concluding yet. I still have several more questions I'd like to ask this witness.
Okay, do you have an estimate how long it'll take?
Just a second. Doing this by page count and the amount of time it took to get through my questions for the pages I've gotten through. Between 1 to 2 hours, probably.
Okay, well, I think we're going to proceed for another half an hour and then we'll see where we are.
Thank you. Mr. Enton, I'd like to turn your attention to CA Helco SIR 28A1. Okay, the question is, in subpart A1, please discuss whether Helco has reviewed Hu Honua proposed displacement of existing fossil fuel power plants by the Hu Honua facility could generate significant savings on a maximal dispatch basis, a lower amount of savings on an intermediate basis, and be more costly in a low dispatch case. If so, please provide a copy of Helco's assessment of Hu Honua's analysis. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and in response, you stated in subpart A1 and I'm just going to focus you on the relevant language. The system would become less flexible, more unstable, and more costly to operate. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you estimate the value of operating reserves supplied by Hu Honua?
It's included in the production simulation.
How so?
So we talked about it a while ago how one of the input assumptions are reserves. So Hu Honua's contribution to reserves is part of the modeling. That's just one aspect.
But I guess my question is how like the modeling?
Sorry, it meets the requirement. So if you need X number of megawatts for reserve, Hu Honua could provide a portion of that. So it's included in the total operational cost of the system that we're modeling.
Reasonable to estimate the value of operating reserves and take this into account in considering the reasonableness of the cost of the PPA?
I don't think the company has taken a position as to the reasonableness of the cost of the PPA.
What about the value of operating reserves?
It's included in the simulation.
Do you estimate the value of any other grid services supplied by Hu Honua?
Like load following and things are included, yes.
In your production simulation?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to CA HELCO SIR 32D. Question is, since the company completed its analysis of system costs with and without Hu Honua, please explain if and when the company plans to prepare analyses or dispatch scenarios to optimize the system resource plans with and without Hu Honua. If such analyses have been prepared, please provide and explain the analyses and supporting documentation. You see that?
Yes.
To subpart D, your response. See response to subpart A above. In addition, the company is continuing to plan for long-term system needs in its integrated grid planning process. See that?
Yes.
The subpart A, it says the company has not evaluated accelerated retirements in this proceeding as the current units are required for generation, reliability, stability, and other grid services. Because such services are currently required, suitable replacement is not imminent. This analysis has not been performed. You see that?
Yes.
So even if a firm generating unit is capable of accelerating the retirement of older firm fossil units, is it HELCO's position that it will not make that determination until the IPP is actually installed on HELCO's system?
Yes. We would like to have assurance that the project is performing as expected.
How long is that evaluation period?
It depends. If there's any issues that need to be mitigated, it could take a while.
Okay. Possible to analyze whether retirements could happen without having the IPP actually installed on the system first?
Excuse me. Sorry, can you restate that?
Sure. Is it possible to analyze or assess whether Hawaiian Electric's firm fossil units can be retired prior to the IPP actually being installed on Helco's system?
It's possible, yes. You can study various future conditions.
And did you do that for this particular project?
No.
When you evaluate a potential new resource, shouldn't you include the benefits of the replacement or deferral of other planned resources attributable to such new resource?
It depends. So the system planning for the system in this, you know, decarbonized and high renewable future, we're in kind of uncharted territory almost. I mean, the whole industry is struggling with how to plan for this type of dynamic system. So, traditionally, decades ago, yes, you would assume or you would plan for having a steam unit or a combustion turbine that can be shifted around to fit your capacity need. That kind of planning criteria has changed in a sense because the systems just have a lot more limited duration, batteries. There's distributed energy resources. There's a lot more variable wind and solar on the system. So the planning environment has changed a lot. So it's really difficult to say it should have been this way or it should be that way.
For ease of reference, I'd like to bring back the adequacy of supply report table because I'm going to be asking a couple of questions about the Helco units that Hawaiian Electric intends to convert to run on biodiesel. Share the screen. Scrolling down to the table, 3.6. And we'll zoom in a little bit. So are you familiar with which units in this list Hawaiian Electric intends to convert to biodiesel?
For now, I don't think we've committed to actually switching over to biodiesel. That's several years out. So as we get closer to requirements for different renewable levels, we'll revisit the resource plan at the time and the units.
I'd like to show you your response to Hu Honua Helco IR 17. Share our screen. Okay, scrolling down. Sorry, scrolling down. Sorry, I don't think this is the correct document. I'll just ask the questions. Are you familiar with Puna steam?
Yes.
And I believe your resource plan calls for its removal
Yes.
in the year 2027, I believe. Is
No.
that right?
No, it's earlier than that.
2025, sorry. Do you know whether Puna steam is intended to be converted into to run on biodiesel? 2045?
No. No. Not intended.
May have to pull up this document. I think it's the wrong HHP Helco IR17 that's being pulled, but I believe in that response, you indicated that Puna steam would be converted to biodiesel. So I'll strike the question for now, and I can bring it later when I document. Moving on. With respect to Helco's response to HHB-Helco-SIR-14A, to bring your attention to that document, to that response, we'll share our screen. Subpart A, the question is there any reason why the alternate case is always the same as the base case, with the exception of the IPP or NUG when Helco analyzes any new addition of firm or non-firm generating units, other than that it is convenient and that Helco has always done so? And any response, the right part states, limiting the changes in the alternative case allows of system cost changes due solely to the presence of the project. Sorry, the document. Continue on. In addition, to have an alternate case with fewer resources other than the project than the base case would cause changes, including any cost savings, assignable to removal of those resources and not the addition of the project. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in the 2021 Helco bill impact analysis, did Hawaiian Electric attempt to equalize reliability in the base and alternate cases in terms of, the things that you mentioned earlier, energy reserve margin criteria, loss of load probability, loss of load expectation, other reliability criteria?
No.
Why not?
I think we answered this before. So the purpose of this was to find the economics of the proposal.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to turn your attention to CA Helco SIR 31B. Okay, subpart B asks, please confirm that Helco agrees with the values used in the comparative analysis in Hu Honua-701 between the Hu Honua and Keahole plant. Do you, Enton, do you see the question in subpart B?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And in the response, Hawaiian Electric states, Hawaiian Electric does not agree with the values used for Keahole in the comparative analysis in Hu Honua-701 between Hu Honua and the Keahole combined cycle unit. Sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I didn't hear a question.
Oh, do you see that response that you gave in response to subpart B?
Yes.
Okay. Did you calculate the all-in cost of fossil generation to compare against the all-in cost of Hu Honua?
Scroll down. It's on there.
Are you referring to subpart 1?
Yes.
Okay. Does this all-in cost indicated in this table include the sum of the total generation cost and fixed O&M?
Yeah, read the IR. It's stated. Yeah, it's the IR states what's included.
Also include the capital revenue requirement or other capital costs for Keahole?
You're talking like the annual fixed costs. That's yeah, it's in there. Yes.
Are there any other capital costs in addition to the annual revenue?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Which fixed cost does it include?
What do you mean by that? Sorry, what do you mean by it's the annual operating costs to cover the fixed expense, capital recovery.
Yeah.
Fixed
So
costs.
I guess what I want to know is what's in the model or what's in the capital costs?
I don't know offhand.
Okay. Does this comparison contain any costs not recovered through the ECRC?
No, I don't know.
You're not sure?
Not sure. No.
Is it possible that in your cost comparison between Hu Honua and Keahole, that you may have left out certain costs of Keahole that are normally included in the ECRC?
It could be possible, but yeah.
If you left out some costs that are normally contained in the ECRC, which ratepayers paid for Keahole, and you ran this comparison against Hu Honua, wouldn't that make this comparison not comparable?
Sorry, what was the last part? It would make it not.
Not comparable, because you're not factoring in the true all-in costs of Keahole if you're not factoring in all the costs in the ECRC Keahole.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we don't use all-in costs as a generally for comparison.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to CA Helco IR 63C. Okay, scrolling to subpart C, the question asks, if not already addressed above, please discuss whether absent any other rules that affect how the Hu Honua unit might be dispatched based on economic dispatch rules and the availability of other renewable units at lower system cost, the Hu Honua be dispatched more than 7% above the minimum. If this is feasible, please identify some of the conditions that would need to exist to allow the Hu Honua unit to be dispatched at a higher level while still following economic dispatch rules. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And scrolling down to your response. Subpart C says, possible system conditions that could allow the Hu Honua unit to be dispatched at higher levels while still following economic dispatch rules other than a low energy cost of Hu Honua, or if other resources online have a higher incremental cost, which could be for higher fuel price or other resource energy price than anticipated in the modeling. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible to add the cost imposed by a unit's GHG emissions in a production simulation model or in a utilities energy management system?
I don't know. We don't have a established GHG cost.
Okay, are you aware?
I'm objecting. Lifeline is objecting to GHG price analysis.
Should I continue? I didn't hear.
Chair, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Mr. Yamamoto, can you explain the relevance to the section you're quoting in the testimony here?
Sure. I believe the section I'm quoting refers to other possible system conditions that would allow Hu Honua to be dispatched at higher levels while still following economic dispatch rules. And so, those other system conditions could potentially include, the cost conditions associated with GHG emissions. I'm just asking him whether it's possible to consider that.
And I believe the witness answered, said it's not something that's done currently. Or they don't, and they don't have a cost estimate.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, but I'm asking if it's possible to include such a cost.
Mr. Enton, can you answer the question?
From a pure analytical thing, yeah, you can include costs.
Okay, but is your production simulation model capable of doing so?
Yes, I just said we can include all kinds of costs. If there's a planning cost to look at, yes, we can include it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Enton, are you familiar with the July 2021 grid needs assessment?
Yes.
And are you aware that the grid needs assessment provided for 4 scenarios, including the status quo in its analysis?
I believe that's correct. I don't know the details of the report.
Do you recall whether that grid needs assessment showed that HEP would be terminated at the end of its contract term?
Sure, I'm going to object to this. For one thing, it's a memory test, and which is not really appropriate. And second of all, it hasn't been tied to the specifics of what this witness is here to testify about.
I can refer to the IR.
And it's an outside document that hasn't been specifically identified already.
Can you tie it to the testimony that the witness is sponsored here?
Sure. I'd like to turn your attention to HHB-HELCO-IR5G. Screen. So IR5G asks a question about the Hawaii Island near-term grid needs assessment filed July 15, 2021.
Okay.
The question at the very end asks, did HELCO consider eliminating in the alternate case those resources that had been added based on considerations in the IGB process? If not, why not? Let's go back down to the response. Subpart G says the company has not analyzed alternate case sensitivities. The intent of Hawaii Island near-term grid needs assessment was to plan for future system conditions. Actual implementation to meet the system needs will vary as resources are procured and are uncertain at this time. So I'm focused on the near-term grid needs assessment's impact on the plan for future system conditions. And I just have a couple of questions regarding that.
Okay, if we can keep it connected to the testimony here.
So Mr. Yuentin, do you recall whether HEP was terminated in the grid needs assessment?
I would have to check the document.
So you don't recall?
I don't recall.
I'll share my screen with you. Okay, Mr. Renton?
Yes.
Can you see in this table on page 17, in the year 2031, under all scenarios plus the status quo scenario, your assumption was that the 60 megawatt HEP facility was removed. You see that?
Barely. That's what the document says, yes.
Can we zoom in?
Okay. Okay.
And do you recall that in your 2021 bill impact analysis, you had assumed that HEP was going to continue for purposes of your production simulation? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, I notice it's 5 o'clock. Do you want me to continue?
Have you finished your questions on this topic?
On this topic, yes.
Do you have an estimate how much more to go?
I have anywhere between about a half hour to an hour to go.
Okay, we're going to give everyone a break. We're going to pick it up in the morning. So we'll start here sharp at 9 o'clock. It's a reminder for everyone, tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, we'll be taking Hu Honua witness that we've scheduled out of order. So we will we'll see where we stand at the time, but just so everyone can be prepared for that. And with that, we'll adjourn for the day. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Good, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.